Listen to me very carefully, because I'm only going to say this once. Coffee. Black.
Coffee. Black. While I've got your attention, there are...
Coffee first. Well, this mentor would like another cup of coffee. I'm just gonna have to give up coffee. Want some coffee?
If I'm not mistaken, that's your third cup this morning.
Fourth, and on a day like today, it won't be my last. Coffee. The finest organic suspension ever devised. Commander, set a new course. There's coffee in that nebula.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, and welcome to Morning Brew. First in the chat was Rabid Slug Ouchies. Hey, Kronos, who said first? Then yay! He said, I don't even have coffee. Interestingly enough, that's why I played that clip, by the way. 47 Yorktown says, bonjour, Rabid Slug Ouchies. Kronos says, nobody's awake at this time. Then 47 shows up. Hey, 47. Is that Spanish? Uh-huh. And then Snort says, hello, humans and other critters. And, yes, Snort is here. LOL. Start the show. AG Sound, good morning. Says, keep your friends close and your coffee closer. Good morning, Brew. Ah, 47 Yorktown says hello. Uh, Armin Salgacci says, before I changed my mind, hey, Dave, blah, blah, blah. People saying hi to each other, which is cool. Coffee, yes. Ah, 47 Yorktown said, hashtag Janeway did nothing wrong. Because the person who edited the intro didn't change the damn volume, which is why when I find somebody new to help me with the sound, which could be some time, but I'm not in any hurry, that's going to be one of the changes that's made. All right. Snort says, I may get ejected for saying this, but I don't like coffee. Nah, you don't get ejected for having bad taste. Rabbit Slugacci says, I like coffee from time to time. Oh, Bruno says, please ban the snort. Nah. Dave agrees. Nobody gets banned for being weird. Bruno says, just kidding. I would like to get banned. I just don't know how. Yeah, uh-huh. Don't make me make coffee. And good morning, Arabic Sandor. I hope you caught the beginning prior to the intro. I did that for Kronos because, well, he was commenting on coffee, so I just had to play that. And now that I'm caught up on all the chat, uh, just glad everybody talks to each other. It's always a good sign. Yeah, it's Wednesday. Yeah, I can't believe it. Wednesday, January 5th, 2022. Carlos says Janeway is a temporal pain in the ass. Well, yeah, that according to the temporal whatever commission, she was. Carlos says there was a prior intro. Yes, you saw it. You weren't paying attention. Uh-huh. And Dave said he forgot Arabic. Happy, very late birthday. Yes. I do hope you did have a happy birthday. I remember you saying you did, so uh Crow says, how's everyone doing? And yes, how is everyone doing this morning or whatever time it is where you are? He said, I'm sure I forgot about some peeps. Yes, the temporal prime directive. And yes, she was. Uh, but now they had the temporal ship that I remember somebody yesterday posting on Twitter that two pictures. One was for when Troy was first put in a uniform, and the other was when 7 and 9 was in a uniform. Their comment was it was about time when each of them was put in a uniform. Of course, Troy had a special reason for not having it initially, and it made sense, kind of, but she looked better with the uniform. 7 of 9, however, was not in Starfleet, so it would not have been appropriate. Let's see here now. And according to this, and yes, good morning, the lovely Sherry. How are you today? Kronos says, Sandra is in a paradox. Cool. People saying hello, particularly to the lovely Sherry. And you need what? Strawberry and more. Okay. And the lovely Sherry is fine, thank you. That's good to hear. So, what is everyone doing today? I am, of course, having my first cup of coffee. I really need to start having coffee when I'm doing the whatever e-news thing. Would probably help. And let's see here. Snort says the good news for everyone is that I have to go out in a bit so you can have a bear-free environment for most of the morning. Why would we want that? Oh yes, coffee everywhere. Good thing that hopefully not on your computer. That's all I'm going to say. Oh. So far this morning, been kind of quiet. I did have to restart my browser because after the e-news thing, because I was in the middle of trying to get everything done, I'd started things up. Thought I was all ready, and well, technology. AG Sound says my tablet likes the coffee spray. Now, if we could only find a way to make that power your tablet, that would even be more helpful. So Oh, how is everyone's week going so far? Yes, typically it's hump day, the middle of the week, and well, I do have some news. I'm working on something for a different stream. Uh, but again, that I'm not sure when that's going to happen. But I am getting some people lined up to help me with that one, at least. Um, and Kronos says, poor Sluggo passed out. What a lightweight. Uh huh. Yeah, we know that you're rabbit slug ouchies there, Kronos. Ah. So, by the way, how are you, Kronos? And since you're claiming to not be, or acting like Kronos, you're acting like Rabbit Slugouchies is different from you. Uh, Story Pickus says, I paid a bunch of bills this morning, so I'm feeling a bit blah, to be honest. Well, let me ask this. After paying your bills, did you have any money left over? If not, at least you got the bills paid, um, which is definitely a good thing. Now you need to focus on doing something a little more relaxed and fun and enjoyable. Um, what would be something that you would enjoy doing that wouldn't necessarily cost money? And Kronos says, please Hulk smash the like button. You have a cough, Captain Truck? I would get that checked out. What? Okay. Uh did I miss something? And Hummus Hero. Hi everyone. And hello. How are you today? Ah, AG Sensen Slug has been up partying. In fact, he has he has to party every night, all night, or he's fired. Let's see here. Definitely time for more coffee soon. And no, no, you can't. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Ah, let's see here now. So hopefully, uh, you're not able to hear the little ones too loudly. But yeah, it gets a little loud sometimes. Um, so hopefully today's a good day. It's funny. I decided just out of curiosity to uh, to see what kind of views that yesterday's short stream got. Like I said, it was just out of curiosity. And I think I'm going to, if I could pull up the information real quick, I may just absolutely show what happens when I have a short stream. I probably should compare it to a long one, but I'm not going to. Well, I may. I may. It depends on what I find. All right, I'm back up to 542 subscribers, which is a good thing. I've been fluctuating. Like, oh, let's see here. Views are okay. Watch hours are down. Nothing big will kill me. Live. Right. 9 views total. Ah, yes. So far, the video has gotten 4 views since it was published. Now, it was called Microbrew. Now, let's go with that was on the 4th. So let's look at the 3rd, since it was a normal long stream. Now, actually, the 3rd was a light day because it had 8 views after. But that's still, let's see here. Then I had the Coffee with Captain Trek. That's gotten 2 views. Here, the Blame Chronos video has gotten 28 views. And that was, of course, like 2 hours long. I don't get it. I don't get it. Ah. Although robots don't like salt. I thought slugs didn't like salt. Ah. Yeah, basically. Ernest says, I'm way too lazy for coffee. I didn't make a video. Well, you ought to. I think naming the microbrew for shorter streams is brilliant. Well, you would think it would be, except people don't actually watch them. Nor do they watch the other stuff that I make that is anywhere under 2 hours, unless it's like a short little video. I mean, short. So, I don't know. And Snort says, don't listen to Rabbit Slug. Slugs love salt. Well, that's not true. That's not true. Frodo says, I dig microbrew. goes. Snort is wrong. Well, yeah, Snort is wrong on that one. Slugs hate salt. And yes, as a kid, I remember going out pouring salt on slugs. A certain, I don't know, power, I guess would be the word for it. But, oh well. Colonel says, "What's a slug?" Wow, peeps, here are just sadistic. Oh, yeah, that's true. I have no problem with this. Where is your microscope? What microscope? Uh, no idea, actually. No idea. Let me see if I can. Oh, I forgot to do two things this morning. Let's take care of that immediately. I forgot, first of all, to open the YouTube window. So if I should happen to put the link out, then I'd be able to pin the comment. The other is I didn't send out the link this morning. So anyone who did not receive the usual notification, which YouTube kind of sucks at times, won't know we're on. In fact, there have been people that were over on the other stream that are not here this morning. Not a bad thing, it's just a little surprising. Probably means they weren't notified either. Got notified of one, but not the other. Oh well. I may just need to go ahead and put the link in immediately into the that stream. Although I am curious to anyone who actually watches that if I should even bother continuing or not. It's not exactly a popular uh, thing that's watched. It's not, overly popular, I should say. Okay, I've got that sent out at least. Let's say hi to each other. And good morning, Eastland Burkholder. A funny side. I don't know about that. Dave says slugs are really bad at theoretical physics dissertations. Uh, uh, only if they have to write the presentation down. I don't know about if they have to do it orally. And good morning, brightest day. How are you? Who says anyone else exhausted? I actually guess I am, but that's neither here nor there. And I'm going to be tired tonight. Yay! Or tomorrow morning. Yay! because I'm supposed to be on another stream tonight. I was on one last night. It's on West Moody's Trekking on Tuesday. I'm supposed to be on a stream tonight. For the love of God, if I can remember what it is, I'll tell you all. Oh, Lord. And opening another StreamYard tab will not help me find the information that I need on YouTube. Believe it or not. Let's see here. Oh, Casino 6-minute daily. No. Okay. Go with the subscriptions. And of course, it's just showing me what's on live, not what's coming up tonight. I think it's at 9 p.m. Eastern. Oh, dear God, I can't remember the. Oh, wait a minute. If I check Twitter. It's just. Okay. Close that one out. We'll go to Twitter. Go to notifications. Mentions. Baron Orman Cake joined on Baron After Dark. Let me grab that YouTube link for that stream. Which starts in 14 hours at 9 p.m. Goodness, that's 9 p.m. Central. Dear God. I hate that. Great. Another long night for me. Let's sleep. I can do with that 2 nights of sleep. And here is the link for that. Again, that's at 9 p.m. Central, I guess. And here is the link for that stream tonight. You can go ahead and bookmark it for later. Let's see here now. Oh, yes, Curtis says, so funny. What the fuck is it? Dissertation. I don't need a doctorate. Okay. And it's getting warm. There it is. Mountains Elysium says, greetings, my friend Captain Trek and fellow nerds can't stay long. A lot of coursework to do, just dropping by to give the stream a like. Carlos is tired as fuck. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, Carlos. I like that. Carlos says, did I say, hey, Dave? Yes, Slug. Said hello earlier. Yes, Kurdos. Oh, yes. I'm glad that everybody's here. Like I said, there's the link for the stream tonight. Oh, Lord. And Kronos, you and I have already talked about my favorite song, at least or one of them. I sent you the link on Discord, if you recall. In fact, I'll look it up real quick. Should have it right here. Go to that. Kronos. Gotta scroll up. We talked since then. Wow. A few days ago. Okay. And here is, I can't say it's necessarily my all-time favorite, but it's among the top. And you know, that's just life. And let's see here. Okay. Says I crash when I feel like it. Well, that's cool. Blah, 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 blah. Keep going down. You're braver than Bird. Who are you talking about, Kronos? And yes, the discovery lover in the room, Joseph Petrick, aka the Random Menace, says Face of the Heart. And greetings from the future. Ah, crashes in sweepies, not crashes like bird ships. Well, I kind of figured that. I mean, well, yeah, I'm glad you made it clear, Kronos. That's very, knowing this group, probably very necessary. It's interesting. I don't know. Eventually, I'm going to talk to a couple people yesterday who well, I can't say talk. I just exchanged messages with. I need to actually talk to a couple people later today, but that'll wait. And yes, this group, Kronos. And yes, it's groupist. I don't care. Maybe I ought to just start recording myself saying some things. That way I can just, if I can't think of anything to say, I'll just push a button and, there'll be my thought for the minute. And, And yes, I was on Salty's first stream yesterday. Okay, why don't you want to do today, Eric? Since you don't want to do today, and I need kind of a moment to kind of collect my thoughts, here you
Listen to
go.
me very carefully, because I'm only going to say this once. Coffee. Black.
Coffee. Black. While I've got your attention, there are...
Coffee first. Well, this mentor would like another cup of coffee. I'm just gonna have to give up coffee. Want some coffee?
If I'm not mistaken, that's your third cup this morning.
Fourth, and on a day like today, it won't be my last. Coffee. The finest organic suspension ever devised. Commander, set a new course. There's coffee in that nebula.
Now I know that Eric is the only one who likes that coffee clip, but hey, he's here. Next was labeled Discovery Lover. I almost wrote Discovery without the S. That would be weird. Oh, wow. Wow. Well, did he infect me with this ideals? Not really. The only thing he did change, I did on the stream later on with him and Lore, which I was in both chats, by the way. Both Salties and the superior one over on Lore's. Even though Lore had those god awful disco lights, it looked more like police were outside getting ready to raid the place. Or it looked like a disco ball was missing, hanging from the ceiling. But you know, hey, as long as he's having fun, who cares? And people saying hi to each other. Curtis says, no more coffee. Oh, no, 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 no. Coffee, 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 coffee. That means I have to go wash dishes to get to the coffee maker. Well, the coffee maker should not be behind dishes. And good morning, Resolute Germ. What's going on this morning? I haven't even posted anything anywhere except the basic Twitter thing that I do. Let's go to messages here. Go to the group itself. And post the link. The normal in my group. And then go to Discord and go to my group and Brew. Get rid of that one. Make message. Delete. Paste that one. All right. Got that taken care of. And here. Really, that's just annoying. There we go. There we go. Got it taken care of. That. There. I'm now back to this. And Curtis says, and now I'm a jerk. Well, I'm sorry, I picked that up from Salty. Random Ministers. I have a blinking LED strip behind the sofa. So I can have a similar effect to Laura without the risk of having a seizure. Yeah. Well, I wasn't watching either stream, I was just listening. And then when I did, I was, when I got on, I was actually just chatting, sending messages. And Chrono says, and certain peeps are lurking. Well, there's always going to be people lurking. Ah. And Resolute Germ says he's on muscle relaxers. I hope they're helping. Uh, sorry. Say it or do it. Don't be sorry. I hate that saying. Let's see here. Sorry to hear that. No, actually, I'm not. Here, Dave G senses. So apparently, I hear there was some emergency that reinstated my expired 96 state medical license. What the fuck? No job is too big. No fee is too big. What? Okay. Uh. Uh. What the fuck? Yosef, you are always welcome. You know that. And Kronos, go, gadget, goat's milk. Lord, now you're sounding like salty. Um, ah, and the random minute says 2 minutes or less. Cool. That's the funny thing. I will tease somebody. They're like, oh, give me 2 seconds. So I go, 1,000, 1,000. Well, you've been longer than 2 seconds. So ah. Probably ought to get coffee. Anyhow, and I'll wait till Yosef is on. Uh, Snorri Pippa says, Dave G. Jones will now be offering while you wait lobotomies, affordable prices. 54.5 Access Radio says we want Yosef. Lord. Speaking of Yosef.
And he puts there a goat emoji and a milk emoji. Of course he does. Greetings, Captain, and hello everybody in the chat. Am I coming clear through? Because I just, once again, I'm on my phone and my dogs are chasing me around the house. Because I made lunch, and since we were talking yesterday about, 2 days ago actually, we were talking about wraps and McDonald's
Yes.
wraps. I made some homemade wraps. So
Ooh.
yeah, was tasty, was really good.
What
But
kind?
actually, with very basic, just took the tortillas and put on mayo, some onions, iceberg lettuce, tomatoes, and made basically chicken breast. Very basic, like a marinade with salt, pepper, a little bit of mustard, sweet chili, and garlic. And then I. Am I still
Okay.
there?
You're
Oh,
still
seems
here.
like it. Okay, perfect. So, and since I have some chicken breast meat left here, I'm going to marinate the rest and use it then probably tomorrow for something else.
Cool.
Yeah. So it was tasty. It was tasty. It was good. I could eat more, but I don't want to because I put on some weight during the during the holidays. Because there's a syndrome here with all the mothers, aunts, mothers-in-law, great grandmothers. Everybody cooks like there's no tomorrow,
Oh
and then
yeah.
there's like food left all over the place. Everybody, and you know what? I thought I have a good friends, but no, they hate me. Everybody brought over like some leftovers that they had at home, but I paid them with very similar. I made a very similar payback. I gave them our food that was left. Like, try this out. So I assumed that as of this week, everybody is throwing out tons of food, like leftovers from different households. Yeah, pretty much.
Ooh.
Yeah, that's
I
the
would
funny
have
thing about it.
enjoyed. Yeah, I would have enjoyed going over there and seeing what all people cooked.
You know what? Pretty much traditional dishes and everything around it. Okay. Erika just came over to the kitchen. She wants to make some coffee, so there will be probably a little bit noise from the coffee maker.
No problem.
So, but yeah.
And how is
And
Erica, by
now,
the way?
she's been fine. We are both working, so, but actually, I still didn't turn off my out of office message, so people are less bombarding me with lesser requests, and I will keep it like that for the whole week. So,
You're gonna forget to change it for a week. Okay.
no, it's deliberate, but yeah, officially, yeah, I forgot to turn it off. Yeah, sorry, but no, actually not sorry. Hey,
And
Kitty, go away.
54.5 Access Radio says hashtag more leftovers for Yosef.
No, no more leftovers for Joseph, definitely. It's more than enough that I had to deal with. And you know,
Uh,
food
go
gets
ahead.
spoiled very easy, so
The food
yeah.
does or you do?
The food gets spoiled. I probably less, but maybe no idea.
Uh,
You wanted to say something, and if there's something in the chat you address to me, could you please read it to me because I'm not paying attention to the chat since I'm working with the chicken meat here.
oh, yes. Kronos says making coffee could be problematic. Darius says hi to Erica.
I will tell her. She just left the kitchen because she hates the sound of the coffee maker. And she's making actually only like black coffee.
Ah,
If it was like something like latte or cappuccino or something with the milk and everything,
hmm
it would make just an incredible noise in the background. I would have to actually mute myself for that one
right.
because I think this one is annoying when you hear it through the headphones and it's still relatively quiet. Because once the steamer comes up, oh yeah, that's a serious thing. And it's a coffee maker we bought actually. Like, when did we buy the coffee maker? Like November? Yeah, something like November. Yeah, and it's a cool, nice machine. So,
That's
hey,
not true,
Kitty.
Kronos. I care about the chat. I don't have Thomas Potts in here screaming he's being ignored. So,
I started listening to first I was listening today in the morning to the stream anti-trackered with Lore,
hmm
and then immediately the stream came up where he was playing game and you were on that stream when you were arguing about calling Discovery STD or not,
correct.
where I don't mind calling it Star Trek Discovery because every single Star Trek has some type of abbreviation in the name. So it's their problem that they chose such an unlucky name for the show.
Well, what I find funny is the other one that people were calling it as an
Which is,
insult was disco.
but they wear it on their T-shirts the whole
I
time. You
know.
have actually official merch with the disco name on it.
And they either decided to just own it or they decided that they were doing a, yeah.
So I don't know where's the problem with it because yeah, it's the official merch. What I found that
I had forgotten that argument. Thank you. Thank you. I'll
which
remember that for next time.
which one?
The fact that they have merch using disco.
Oh, yeah, it's an official merch, and uh, they made fun of it even on lower decks. When you remember, it was now in the second season where they on the Cerritos they had the T-shirts with the name written like Ritos or something. So yeah, it's pretty much out there. And the shuttles have DSC written on the shuttles. So at least it was in the first season. Cat, go away. Cat is trying to jump on the counter because I'm working here with food and
Well,
it
yeah.
smells too good. So sorry. No, now I'm mincing garlic into that. Yeah, that's some fun thing to do. Everything will smell with garlic here, but I like garlic smell.
Okay. Resolute Germ says, which disco is worse, Trek or music? Trek.
Trek. I actually don't mind the disco music as it was, and because basically from the disco music you got uh, disco was influencing so many things that came then later in the 80s.
Trying
And
to
basically when
remember.
you listen to, yeah, sorry, go.
No. I'm trying to remember a group I used to listen to a lot. And of course, I've got some import uh, CDs from them.
I don't see in your head, so you need to remember by yourself.
Let's see here. Pet Shop Boys.
Sorry, I didn't hear it.
Pet Shop Boys.
Oh, Pet Shop Boys. Oh yeah, Pet Shop Boys. The synthie pop group, yeah, the duo from
Yeah.
UK.
hmm
Yeah, they had actually really good songs, and they did some in the later in their career. They did even some covers
hmm
of some hits like "Street Where the Streets Have No Name" from U2. They did. I know they did. Um, what is it? Um, Go West from with the Village People. I think they made that one. So yeah, and they had like good music, like West End Girls was like their biggest hit in
Yeah.
the 80s. It's a Sin, and so on and so on. Yes, I'm dating myself. I'm dating myself here
the
strongly.
interesting the interesting part is I have the imports I have are from Germany.
hmm Probably BMI, if you have the cover.
hmm
BMI Germany. Yeah, it was. Yeah, because they had probably contract with them. Because when you think about it, many pop groups from the 80s had contracts in Germany because uh, many labels in the UK were not accepting like many UK um, many labels directly from the UK didn't accept the type of music because they were more into the alternative rock and punk music, especially in the early 80s. And Germany, the BMI is one of the largest ones, and actually international. So they made as well international distribution. So yes, many groups had like contracts with them because they covered like most of Europe then.
hmm
For example, bands like ABBA as well were
Okay.
under that label for many years. Yeah. And the funniest thing is that many groups that were not British, they were if they wanted to be popular in overseas, so literally in the United States and in the rest of the world, uh, they were presented as a UK band, which is hilarious.
Oh God, that's funny.
Yeah. No, for example, Roxette, like as well a Swedish band. Basically, uh, everybody thought in the beginning that they were from the UK and they were really coming from Sweden. By the way, the Swedish music export is really good. Was good in the 70s, 80s, and is even now. They have really talented musicians. But what would you do if you have like so many months of winter during the year? You drink alcohol and produce music.
I like that. Well, at least they're being productive. I can set it up. Oh, there we go.
I should start chewing on lettuce here.
Find it, find it. Online, not
Okay.
talking to myself.
Yeah.
by the way, what is Eric?
Come again?
So what is Eric doing?
What she's doing?
Yes.
Working. We are working. It's normal, like normal workday. So she's at her computer, looking at some incredibly complicated uh, Excel charts, being constantly on calls between 3 continents, and I'm getting crazy because it's the worst question that somebody can ask me. What is Erica doing? Like, what's her job? What's her occupation? No idea. I literally couldn't describe if my life depended on it. What's her job? At least I know that she's like a people manager and that she has a team of people across 3 continents. But that's probably it. What the
Her
team is
job,
doing, don't ask me.
her job is putting up with you. Her occupation,
Oh,
however,
yeah,
no.
Obviously. But you know what? It's not my fault. It's her fault. She chose me.
This is true.
I had nothing to say. I had nothing to say about it. Pretty
Nothing
much.
at all. Wow.
No. And what should I say? Like, no, thank you.
Well, that's a good. No, that would be a foolish thing to do.
Yeah, probably the most stupid thing I could do in my life. Yeah. Oh, trust me. Best decision of my life. And I'm not sure if best decision of her life, but definitely best decision of mine.
Oh dear Lord! Oh,
yeah, but it's her birthday. Her birthday is on the 11th, and I have no idea what to get her. And when I ask her, she says nothing. Like, she doesn't help me with that one at all. I don't like that. And it's always like so shortly after Christmas.
Yes.
That is then pretty difficult to think about gifts and stuff like that.
Yes, it makes perfect sense to me. Yeah. Blame Erica? Really? Really? 54.5 Access Radio. Blame Erica.
I don't blame her. I don't argue with her because I know that I will never win. Because even all arguments that we are having from time to time is like, I call it opinion exchange.
Yes.
Because I come with my opinion and leave with hers. So
correct.
Yeah. So it's really just an opinion exchange, not an argument. Life ain't easy.
Well, it could be. But you're right, it's not.
I have a good friend who is as well in a relationship. They are not married, but they are in a relationship for, I don't know, at least about 15 years. And he has a saying that those mixed relationships are always so complicated. And by mixed, he means men and women.
I would say that every relationship is complicated to some degree or another.
Yeah. But some complications are actually welcome, so
Oh,
I take it like that, and as long as it works.
let's see here. Men can't win arguments with women, they cheat. Depends on what you call cheating.
Yeah, exactly. That's what do you consider as cheating? Because I can tell you that our arguments are not even like emotional or something, and it's usually about me being stupid and her putting me in place. Yeah. And as you can see, I can at least accept and accept the situation and say, okay, this is those are the facts. Yeah, I think about it. There are definitely couples who argue way more than we do.
I have heard couples arguing over some of the stupidest things.
Oh yes, and that is actually driving me crazy because that I find completely ridiculous. Like when the argument is really about stupid things. Sorry. I completely understand when there is an argument about like money or financial things and that type of stuff. But if somebody is arguing really about the color of the sky, that I find insanely stupid. And
Of
cleaning,
course,
putting everything into
my
recycle
thing
bin.
is, you know, eh, who cares about the sky?
Yeah, yeah. And I mean, like generally dumb, stupid things. Because I always say that life's too short to spend it with arguments about unnecessary things.
hmm
Chili sauce. Where's the chili sauce? Oh, here it is. Because I'm holding the, how do you call it, the cap in one hand and looking for the bottle. I found it.
Ah,
No, sorry, I'm talking to you and cleaning the kitchen like after the lunch and preparation. So I was like, okay, in the meantime, I can jump on your stream. Maybe somebody else will come up as well. I don't know what Bird is doing. But anyway, he comes to your stream and then falls asleep. 90% of the time.
yeah, usually, but
Yeah.
only when he's playing his games or,
Yeah. So coffee. Coffee. Shut up. I turned off the hood, I don't
ah,
know why it was still on. That's why the shut up. Water in the electric kettle. Kettle on. This is one thing that I find interesting, that you are not using in the United States like electric kettles for boiling water.
No, not usually.
No, and I find it interesting because you put it either on the stove, or you heat up water in the microwave. And I was checking honestly the Amazon offerings, if there are electric kettles available, even if it's a thing. But you can buy those like no problem in hundreds of designs, and uh, dozens of types of volumes and everything. So it's just a thing that it's not common in the American households.
Well, we have a tea kettle here.
Yeah, but not electric one. Not like
No.
electric one. You put it on the stove and you heat it up like that. And fun thing with the electric kettles, it is like when you have a gas stove, it's way faster with the electric one. And but when you have like electric like cooking plate, like the induction ones,
Hmm.
um, those can be extremely fast. I'm not sure, but another thing, and Bert could probably say about it. Uh, Maybe the electric kettles. You are running with 110 volt, and we are running here with 230.
Correct.
So if it doesn't have some influence on that one, that it would take too long to basically bring the water to boil or something. I don't know. I'm not an electrician.
Neither am I.
Yeah, the only thing I know that I shouldn't put nails in the left hole of the wall plug.
You probably shouldn't put nails in any of the holes on the wall plug.
Yeah.
Just to be clear.
There's an interesting channel on YouTube, and I'm following the guy for years. He doesn't bring videos like very often, but he does, and I'm not sure if it's like technology explained or something like this. And he's a funny, quirky guy, and he talks about like different topics. And he was talking. Do you find their videos about? I don't know about for video recorders, and he talks about basically he starts about the whole history about the RCA first video recorders or video players for the home use, where they were trying to bring on the market something like vinyl with video, so not only like a music record but as well as a video. And he talks about all the differences from like about the whole industry and everything that was there about DVDs. And he had something like a 40-minute video about US electricity network and how the US plugs work, and about, for example, when you look at at the plugs that you have like on your, I don't know, like electrical appliances, that you have their holes in the pins that go into the wall.
Right.
Yeah. And they basically make no sense. Like there used to be something like a latch in the older wall plugs where it made sense. So it's basically like better fixed in the wall. But right now with all the current wall plugs, there is no need to even have those.
Well, I think a lot of that has to do with people not knowing why it was there in the first place, and that it's always been there, so it probably should be there. So
Yeah, something like that. And what could probably happen, that just if you put something new on the market and you don't put the holes in there, it could happen that people won't buy it because it doesn't seem to be like complete,
Mm-hmm.
or that there is something missing. I can imagine that could be one of the reasons why why the manufacturers still put it in. Plus, of course, many of those things are produced and made outside the United States. So I can imagine that, okay, this was once a standard that was sent over, like this is what we need, and there you go. And I find it so interesting. Okay, you are using in the United States like 110 volt, and um, basically the connectors look so toy-like, I think they are one of the smallest ones that are used in the world, and especially when you compare it to wall plugs that are used in the UK, where you have basically just imagine you have something like your iron or your electric whatever, and at the end of the cable you have a plug that is the size of a small can, like when you have, I don't know, cat food or something, and it's so big because there is as well a fuse in it. So every single one is basically protected against how do you call it, like the accidental discharge over the network. How do you call it? There's a word for it.
Oh, Dave G. Sound says, okay. Definite 90%. Definite possibility of me making a pizza. 90% chance. Cool. What kind?
Yeah, pizza is always good because even a bad pizza is a good pizza, unless you burn it completely.
Yeah, but for some reason, some people like it burnt on the bottom. I don't.
If it's like crusty, and when you have it like in an oven, like when you have like a good pizza place and they have like uh and when they bake it and you get like a slightly, you know, like slight crust on the bottom, it's okay, but definitely not like that you have to think about replacing your dentures just because you are eating a pizza. Hard crust, definitely that's not a good thing. And as well, the question is, how do you like your pizza? Is it like the dough? Is it like a thin one or a thicker one? You know, like
Thicker one.
thicker one. Yeah,
Yeah.
I like the thin ones, for example. And I don't care for the fancy stuff like, you know, like cheese crust or something like that.
That's
Many people like it, and I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's just like something, and I'm not saying that I wouldn't eat it. It's like, I'm just saying that I don't care for it.
right. That's, I guess, okay on occasion, but I wouldn't have it regularly.
If it sounds like peeing, it's not peeing. I'm just pouring water.
I know.
Yeah.
Why are you sorry you mentioned pizza, Dave? Why are you sorry?
And now, whatever food is mentioned, I don't mind because I ate recently, so I'm not going to starve here.
Yeah.
Or salivate all over my keyboard.
And of course, we get into the pineapple, no pineapple argument in the
Oh,
chat.
again, again, this topic. Yes.
I just find it funny.
And I always and I keep saying it's like I don't mind pineapple on pizza, but you have to choose as well the other toppings that you put on it. If it goes like with chicken meat or something, and you combine it with something like a little bit of chili, so that you have it like sweet and spicy
Mhm.
and like that, that's okay. But then definitely, if you go with uh, like some stuff that completely doesn't go with pineapple, then no, definitely.
I like
And
pepperoni and pineapple.
yeah, pepperoni
Is
pineapple would be just horrible.
there for whatever reason there are people that like it. I'm more of ham and pineapple, but you know.
Yeah, you know what? Like ham, cheese. Basically, what I need is ham, cheese, some mushrooms, and maybe corn, like sweet corn on it on top, and that would be it.
Oh, good grief. Yes, yes, 54.5 access radio says tortillas and goat cheese.
Why not? That's actually not a bad combination, and you can combine it with. And now I will probably bring somebody to the brink of a heart attack, but it goes well with tuna, like canned tuna in like olive oil. And when you combine it, basically, why not?
And of
Because once
course,
again, there are different types of goat cheese.
yes, there are. Of course, Resolute Germ says now I want pineapple, mushroom, and pepperoni pizza.
Just go for it. I think there are many places where you can order it, and um, cooks crazy enough to put those things on a pizza. I can only imagine.
And of course, Richie Poole says honey corn pizza. And good morning, Richie Poole.
By the way, it happened to me when we were in Italy. I we went to like a local pizza place. It was like a small pizza place, and somebody in the group, I don't know, ordered pineapple on the pizza,
Mm-hmm.
and and the chef just came out of the kitchen and he said like no.
Yeah.
He said no and went back. So the poor guy had to choose something completely different. Yeah, they will tell you. They will tell you like no, and they will be they are able to argue with you. Like just try in an Italian restaurant, order I don't know some pasta like spaghetti or something, and ask for ketchup.
Ooh,
They will
that'll.
probably they will probably call the police.
I mean, if you're 4 years old, okay, I get it, but yeah.
Actually, you know what? I'm not a big fan of ketchup just because it kills everything. It's basically when you mess up whatever food, put on some ketchup, and there you go.
Well, like what one of the things that I have used ketchup in was when my it's my dad who made chili, and it was like,
Hmm.
uh,
And to soften it a little bit because it
yeah,
was so hot, right? Okay, yeah, that's one of the legal uses of ketchup in my in my opinion. The fun part was that I remember that during Yeah, but during the communist times and everything. Right now, you can buy like I don't know. You go to the grocery shop and grocery store, and you see there like 20 types of different ketchups. Yeah, and you can literally choose from known brands to lesser known brands. And the fun part is that some of the lesser known brands taste actually better than I don't know something like Heinz.
Mm-hmm.
But I remember that before that in the 80s, so during the communism, there was like, just imagine a country where you have one producer for one thing. So that you don't have like brands, that you have everything is generic. Like literally, if you would have like generic brands for everything. And this is what we had at the time in the stores. Sometimes it had a name, sometimes it didn't. Just imagine that on TV, when you watched the commercials from the like 70s or 80s that were on TV, it didn't say like I don't know vegetables from whatever, but it literally said buy cabbage, and that was it. You were watching like a 30 to 40 second long video about people picking cabbage, cutting cabbage, cooking cabbage, and then it ended up with buy cabbage because it was cabbage season. So those were like the ads on TV. So and the ketchup that was available at the time in the stores was not particularly good. So we were actually making homemade. We had homemade ketchup that we then stored, and that we had then for basically when there was like tomato season. So it means what, July, August, September,
Mm-hmm.
depending on the weather. Yeah, aerosol germs. Yeah, one choice sounds very Soviet. It was pretty much one choice, and yeah,
Yeah.
and
Well, you have the choice. You buy this ketchup or none. Um,
yeah, basically you have the choice, yes or no. And if something was out of season, it was basically no. That's, for example, what I find. But until today, and just imagine, it's like over 30 years now, and I still find it like ridiculous that I can buy strawberries in winter. Beets are great, actually, Kronos, and I have like few jars in the, is it called pantry? Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
And yes, they are. I like beets as well. And good morning, Keely Chow. How are you? And Curtis says, actually, I really do like beets. I also like choices. Well, I think we all do.
Yeah, choices are. Yeah, and beets basically you can slice it. You can slice it, dice it, or cut it in small pieces, and then basically sterilize it. And when you put on some, what is it called, horseradish? Yeah, horseradish.
Hmm.
On top of it, it can be very tasty. You can mix it with some heavy cream, not heavy cream, but yeah, basically heavy cream or sour cream, depending on how you want to adjust the taste.
Right.
I don't like that one. I like it really like just like cooked, and eventually with horseradish. Yeah, as instead of a salad to some steak or schnitzel with mashed potatoes. Tasty. We're talking too much about food so early in the morning for you.
I know. I don't know why, but yeah, we tend to do that.
As long as you don't mind it, I don't care. The moment you want to change the topic, just let me know. And I hope we make few people hungry here. And what grass? Horseradish. That's the spice basically. Yes, the horseradish. That's the one. Like the spicy thing. Like basically some cheap uh, shops put it instead of like they paint it green and put it instead of wasabi
That's right.
to sushi. Yeah.
That's right. How did you know I was going to actually talk about that?
Where are you?
Mhm. It's actually well, it's a cheaper alternative. And people honestly can't tell the difference.
Um,
And if it does have
you,
wasabi in it, it's so little. It's only a fraction of it.
yeah. I think wasabi is slightly stronger. It like to horseradish, but it's basically very similar alternative, but it comes from directly from Japan.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Chrono says, I'm Hungarian. Are you? Is there some Hungarian blood in your veins?
Why would that not surprise me?
You know what? Hungary, because Hungarian kitchen, and we live very close to Hungary here, so their food is extremely tasty, very aromatic, but so heavy. I'm just surprised that you find actually you are able to find thin people in Hungary
Yeah.
because I just look at the menu and I'm gaining pound after pound. It's so tasty, but and Kronos says mostly. My grandfather came from Hungary. Okay,
Ah,
and are you
makes sense.
familiar with? Yeah,
Makes sense. As my grandfather came from Hungary. Cool.
yeah.
And hello out there in YouTube land. Says not Ryan Johnson. Good morning, not Ryan Johnson.
Hi, I'm Ryan Johnson. Yeah. Hmm. So, and there is one very specific fish soup that comes from Hungary, and the interesting you are using like freshwater fish for that one, and you can either take like one type of fish, but you can as well. The last one that I had was a combination. There were like five different type of fish in that one, and it's so tasty that I could eat it day and night. But the problem is that since it's a soup and it's spicy, uh, the mornings after are always difficult.
Why is that?
And because when you are using the porcelain, you get a certain burning sensation on an orifice that where you are definitely don't want to have any type of burning sensation. It's basically like when you eat very sharp chili or something.
Well, we
Yeah.
find out that different people are from different places. So Kronos' family is from Hungary as well as
His
Dave
father and
just said.
grandparents. Okay. Nice. Yeah, see how small the world is?
What would be interesting though is if there was some familial relationship and we just didn't know. Like cousins or you know
Um,
further extended
I
cousins.
was I was watching a video on Joe Scott's channel, and when he was talking about actually how come no, it wasn't Joe Scott, it was one another channel. How it was a biologist, and he explained that basically, if you went back, just imagine you have two parents, four grandparents, eight great grandparents. The next generation is like 16, then you have 32, 64, and you just go like back few centuries, and you
Huh?
realize that you would have more predecessors than there were actually people living on the planet. So it would be just like probably I don't remember the number, maybe something like 20 generations back, and you would find common ancestors.
Um, and to answer your question, Resolute Germ, um, yes, yes, it would be weird, but if you like it, go for it. I'd add pineapple to that as well. Um,
What are Funyuns?
Funyuns are basically they're onion rings that are kind of like potato chips.
Oh, onion, basically onion rings. Okay.
Yeah,
You
but
know what?
yeah,
I like, but I like onion rings. I like onions in general, but fresh made, not like when I like big onions to cut it into rings and then split the rings and then make the butter and then fry it in a deep fryer and I try to do it in the air fryer. Not a chance. It's
yeah,
never. It's never. It's not that. It's just horrible. It's messy and not that good when you do it in a deep fryer with oil. Yes, that's how you do it.
yes. Let's see here. Dave says, I've been known to mildly insult people who refer to Taco Bell as Mexican food. Oh my God. Really? Uh, no. No, no. Hell no.
Is it? Can we say it's a Mexican food inspired menu?
Oh, it's inspired, yes.
From and don't I hope I won't offend anybody, but the question is purely from ignorance. Uh, isn't it basically like Mexican food Americanized?
Yeah, it's Americanized Mexican food, yes. But it's
Yeah.
not, yeah, definitely not Mexican. Um,
Hmm.
well, let's see here. What was the other thing? Oh, onion rings. Friend of mine absolutely loves uh, red onions versus the, you know, white or yellow.
Yellow ones, yeah.
Um, and so she actually there's a restaurant that she used to go to. Unfortunately, had to close because of COVID. But um, they had red onions on their burgers, and they use the yellow onions for um, onion rings. So she's like,
Hmm.
could you dip those in instead and make them, you know, make the onion rings with the red onions? They're like, oh, sure. Well, what happened was they ended up making a whole batch, and she just had, you know, her thing, and so they decided to sell them, uh, to anyone else, and they actually became popular.
And you know what? Honestly, I don't know where is the difference. They are somehow somewhat milder, I would say, but otherwise, I mean the red onions or
Mhm.
purple ones. But I otherwise I don't think there is much difference besides the coloring. I don't
It's
know.
it doesn't have the same bitterness to me as the yellow.
Yeah, milder, basically. Yes, it's like yeah, there is, or but it's still an onion. Yeah, I like the yellow ones because of the kick, and even and some people uh like the like the young onions, and I'm not talking about scallions. I'm talking about really like onions when they
Right.
are like in like early in the season because they have like a mild taste, and I actually prefer when the taste is stronger. So basically, that type of onions where shorter people cry when they are cutting the onions. And I say like shorter because I know that I don't know my mother-in-law, she is, I don't know, she's on the shorter side.
Hmm.
Not that she would be like Mamo Prey. She's definitely probably she's maybe I don't know 5'5",
Hmm.
5'4", maybe. But she always cries when she's cutting like those like winter onions, as we call them, because when you store them, yeah, so the taste becomes stronger.
Right.
So, and I never do because yeah, with being 6'6", I'm far enough from the cutting board. But
Well.
there's a good trick on how to cut onions
Hmm.
for people. Uh, damp paper towel. Just put on your cutting board damp paper towel. Just put the paper towel on the water. Squeeze the water out and put it under the onion when you are cutting it,
Yep.
and it will attract basically the molecules of the chemical that basically is responsible for tearing up. So
I
yeah.
like that. I like that.
Mm. And Chrono says, I like garlic. You know what? Garlic is fantastic. I love garlic, but I know that I can eat garlic only when I'm not in touch with anybody the next day or the next 24 hours because I think I sweat it through my pores. Yeah,
The
and basically you yeah,
question is,
go.
what does Erica think of garlic?
Oh, the thing is, when one of us eats garlic, the other one has to have some garlic as well. But it's not a problem because usually when we prepare food, is we eat the same food, so it's a less of a problem. But definitely, if one of us is like somewhere out for dinner and there is something with garlic and
Hmm.
then it can cause like problems because Garlic is something that I don't mind the smell, but I know that I smell a smell after garlic, like for at least 24 hours. And I can do whatever I want. It's not about brushing your teeth. It's not about taking a shower or whatever. It's just like there. I don't know why. So yeah, garlic is perfect, but I need to be careful when and how much.
And good morning, BK Dan. How are you this morning? I hope things are better than they have been.
And by the way, with garlic, the it's very there's a huge difference between how you cut it. Because when you just smash the garlic
Mhm.
and just put it on the pan, just next to your meat, so that only very little comes over. Then you can cut it, or you get stronger taste. And definitely when you mince it, like literally into the tiniest pieces, you get the strongest taste out of it. Yeah.
Ah,
Oh, resolute German garlic fries and tartar sauce. Oh yes, and I make some tartar sauce at home as well.
so
And it's
wonderful.
it's a recipe that my grandfather taught. Basically, my mom and my mom taught it to me. So it's like homemade tartar sauce.
Oof. Okay, so we're gonna have to go over there and try some of his food. That's no problem. We'll just build, a couple little houses down at the end of your property. No big deal. Ah,
Oh, the vampires ain't got nothing on me. And you know what, Kronos? I like the style how you write everything because I need to translate it to proper English. Oh, man.
oh, let's see here. I have to translate it to proper English too, because yeah, not everybody can. Uh, no, and I was always taught to, you know, the smash and bash method with garlic,
Hmm.
but that was just me. So, uh, the
Well,
vampires ain't got nothing on me.
no.
Well, BK10, sleep is a good thing, yes.
I've been doing the sleep thing. You know what? I was as well. And today in the morning, I actually overslept a little bit. I woke because the dogs woke me up at, I don't know, it's like 6. Yeah, around 6.
Wow.
So yeah, so better to wake me up than to find a wet carpet. So yeah. So I went out with the dogs, gave them their treats, fed the
Hmm.
cats, and went back to bed. Like, it's too early. Why should I
Yeah.
be awake? And the problem is, I started another sleep cycle. Like, I would be able to see if there was And actually, it wasn't even my alarm clock that woke me up. It was another reminder that I had set up for 9 a.m. So it was like 5 minutes to 9 when I got up, and I was like, okay, shit, in 5 minutes I'm working.
Yeah.
Or I should be online. So I was online like 5 minutes later, but still it's the first week of the year, and still there are too many people on holidays, so
Oh yeah,
I don't mind that one.
and you're correct, Keely. Real vampires don't sparkle.
Yeah, real vampires burn up in the sunlight.
And good morning, Cap Stargate. How are you?
Good morning, Gap. What does the Gap stand for? Do we know?
No,
Or
I
no?
don't know
No.
offhand.
Yeah.
Hello, world. It's Berto by 5. Kapla. Good morning.
Kapla.
Hello, Bert. Kapla. Good to hear your voice, you lazy streamer.
It's a late one
No
for
stream
me.
yet.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was up especially late today. And then my sister calls. I'm like, what's wrong? Why is the lights off? I was like, brr, 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 brr. He's like, are you awake? I was like, I am now.
What time was it?
It's a few minutes till 8 a.m., which was
Wow.
especially late for us. But we had a late night last night. By the time we finished up with everything, and I guess it just kept sleeping. My mom, O'Prey, thought it was the middle of the night that Sis O'Prey was calling, but it was light outside, I guess. Yeah, she caught us by surprise, but we're awake now. I went off. I've been listening for a while, but I ended off on a Twitter rabbit hole that sent me to an article on Wall Street Journal about someone who, and I thought it was somewhat relevant because they used a sperm donor to conceive a kid, and apparently the kid's father neglected to mention he was schizophrenic.
Yep.
And the article's like, we don't know why the father chose to hide his medical history. Oh, you don't know why, really? I'll tell you why. $100, because that's how much they were paying him.
You know what? It wasn't probably the father. It was somebody else in his body.
Yeah. I didn't choose to lie. He did. You're pointing at a mirror. Yeah. Anyway,
And does the kid have no issues, or?
the kid's dead. Kid
Yep.
killed himself, same as the father did.
Oh,
unknowingly.
shoot.
And
Okay,
he's got
okay.
like 15 other siblings out there that are all going through all types of emotional problems.
That's pretty messed up. But honestly, it's a pretty messed up as well on the side of the
Yeah, and also
of the sperm
you've got
bank.
scientists saying, oh, it's very rarely transmitted from parent to child. Like it shouldn't even be something that gets reported.
I call BS on that one.
Yep.
Cap Stargate, I guess he means Karoga. Does Karoga have a sperm donor center? It depends how much somebody has to pay.
Kat, I'm going to be twice right now on stream. It's going to be me who is trying to log in. I'm just
Okay.
switching from my phone to my computer.
No problem. And I heard the beep. One moment. And yes, we have the good one.
I got him.
Well, yeah.
Okay, okay, and it's me back. Okay,
Wait, is that
Actually, some
Joseph?
that's me. Yeah,
I think
it
we
is
better ban him just in case.
Oh, and you have the power to ban me, right?
I have the power to kick you. I don't know if I have the power to ban.
It's like I don't know why the headphones started beeping in my ear, like battery low, battery low. Okay, okay. So I just switched the headset and went from phone to the computer. Charge.
So, is anyone out there familiar with modern cell phones? Because apparently I've got to get a new phone because my carrier is changing up their hardware and my old phone's not going to work anymore. And after arguing with them, I'm basically leaving my
Bert,
carrier.
simple question. What are you doing with your phone?
It's got to be a backup in case internet goes out.
How is it with five? And do you rely somehow on? Okay, so cellular data, right?
My location, I'm being in New York City. I've got 5G, I've got 4G. They're all the G's are here.
You have all the G's right there. You know what? There are even like mid-range phones because of I'm not sure if you need like a completely high-end phone. Well, I'm not sure what
Well, I
stuff you
mean,
are doing.
I was looking at the Samsung SG21 or S21G,
Mm-hmm.
which like Boost is selling for 500.
Yeah, you know what?
But I could get it monthly payments.
When do you need to change the phone? Like, what's the time
I
frame?
have a month.
Oh, you have a month. Because I know that the S22 is about to be launched.
Okay,
So
well,
the 22 will be cheaper or
the
could be
22 is going to be cheaper than the.
no. The 22 is going to will be launched, so the 21
Oh,
will go down in the price.
I think that 21's already as pretty much as down in price. I've never seen it at 500. Usually it was 700, 800.
Oh yeah, depending on the size of depending on the size. And honestly, I don't know
No,
about
this is
the
the smallest. This is the 128 gig.
128.
I can't even find the 256.
Then you know what the question is? Do you how do you use your phone?
Well,
Because
then the other thing
obviously,
is how the fuck did they make a phone in 2021 without a SD card?
you know what they removed it like completely because they are trying to sell their cloud solutions, same as
Well,
Apple basically.
that's bullshit. I want a goddamn SD card.
I want my SD card. That's why I have the S20, and I'm not planning on upgrading.
Is the S20 5G?
No, the S20 is not 5G. That was basically my the big the S20 has 5G in but in the most expensive version. There was only one version of the S20 they put up with 5G. So just check the offerings.
The SBK 2022, right? But these were made in 2021.
Yeah. So there was an S20 version with 5G, but it was since it was I think the first S series Samsung that was available with 5G. They put it only in the highest version, and that was at the time it was something like 1200 or so, which I considered completely nonsense. And since I'm working from home, um, and honestly, I have no need for 5G because I'm not doing downloads on or anything through mobile broadband. I didn't find it as a breaking point for me. Like doesn't
Yeah.
break the deal breaker. Yeah, deal breaker. I didn't find it as a deal breaker.
Jesus. Huh. Now Amazon's saying that there's no SD card on the 20 either.
Doesn't surprise me.
Huh?
Well,
I have an S20 S20 here with an SD card.
Samsung Galaxy S20 FE 5G Verizon
Yeah, that one should have SD card.
says phone is Verizon locked. No micro SD expansion capability.
What?
I don't know. Maybe it's something different about the US version.
Not maybe there are complete the phones. Samsung is using even a different CPUs for United States and the rest of the world.
Wow.
So
Bullshit
there
is
can
that?
be other differences as well. And obviously, it seems like an SD card is one of them. And why do you need an SD card?
Well, I don't know.
Honestly, check your phone and tell me what capacity is currently
Well, I
filled
know I've
of your
only got
phone.
a 32 gig SD card
Yeah.
in my current phone and probably only 16 gig of memory. So I know 128
Will be
is
more than
far
enough.
more than I need.
Yeah.
But I don't like this bullshit, Joseph. I don't like them going backwards.
And you know what? You won't get a headphone plug on the phone. No
I don't
headphone,
give a shit
no
about
headphone
a
jack.
headphone jack. I never use a headphone jack.
You are using headphones, so I thought a headphone jack could be
I use
of
the
interest
headphones
to
on
you.
my computer. I don't use it
Yeah.
on my phone.
It's called progress, Bert. It's called progress.
This is not progress. This is the opposite of progress. This is like
Regress.
there are no more Concord
But you know what,
faster than
Bert? When you
sound
think
flight.
when you think about it, you know what? I had basically the same idea. And the thing is, why I have the SD card and why I want to have SD card because I have some movies on my phone. But actually, if I didn't have an SD card on my phone, I wouldn't even know it. And especially, you mentioned it yourself that you have probably a 16 gig phone and a 32 gig card in that phone. If you get a 128 or 256 gig phone, you will probably never use the capacity of the phone, regardless of an SD card.
I still prefer having an SD card personally.
Yeah, because it's like, okay, all my pictures that I take are on the SD card, and I can basically easily, if the phone breaks, I can easily take out the SD card and have my photos with me.
Exactly.
But as I said, there is the thing that they want that they are uh, that they are promoting, and it's their cloud solution, and even what they would like to.
Oh,
Uh,
fuck the cloud.
or they would be even happier if you would get their paid cloud solution.
Well, yeah,
So
no shit. They get money off you. I'm sorry, fuck the
See?
cloud. I don't want everybody in the whole fucking world having access to everything. Fuck the cloud. Ooh, that's a good hashtag. Fuck the cloud. Get 54.5 access radio. You can do it without spelling it out. Does anyone here have an Apple iPhone?
Actually, my wife does. Yeah, she has an iPhone, she has an iPad, and she got the Apple Watch from me for Christmas. Yay. Well spent 400 euro.
Well, is she happy?
Yes,
Then it was well spent.
yes.
If she's not happy, then no.
Because she had the third generation of Apple Watch, and now she has the latest one, the seventh. Wow.
I just have a clamshell
I
phone.
looked at the Samsung flip phones.
Oh, they are you know what, Bert?
Fold.
They are expensive,
Yeah.
and you know what? The band, whatever they say, I played with them in the Samsung store. You still see the bend in the screen where the screen is bending, and it doesn't matter if it's the flip one, the flip, or the other one that
Fold.
basically
The
goes to
fold is supposed to
the
be
yeah.
the fancier one.
Yeah, the fold is the fancier one, but honestly,
Can't trust Samsung anymore. It's very upsetting.
you can trust Samsung, but and you know what? I think there are, in terms of Android phones, there are better phones on the market than Samsung ones, in terms of like especially when you go
Well,
for value for
maybe
money.
Google Pixel, but
Probably, yeah, Google Pixel is one of the top runners there. But you know what? I like the Samsung environment, so that's why I'm using basically Samsung right now for about basically since Galaxy S2, I think. I had the S2, the S4, then the S7, 8, and now I have the 20.
Um, Curtis, Curtis, you're on YouTube. YouTube owns or is owned by Google, who's owned by Alphabet. So, yep, you get on here, you Google. Whether you actually use the search engine or not, you Google. So, yeah.
So, but if you Bert, if you can get it with a contract, who cares? Just get whatever they offer you. And I assume you don't want to go the iPhone route.
well, no iPhone root. Cold day in hell.
But I would assume that Cecil Prey has an iPhone.
No, she doesn't actually. She has
No,
an Android.
really?
I am very shocked, but
I would definitely go Android before. Yeah. Yes, because of some things, I'm actually considering getting a cell phone. Yuck.
Well, you're right. I think you mentioned that you even don't use a cell phone, or you didn't use a cell phone.
I hate cell phones. I had one before. Just yeah. When they got rid of the flip phone, like I don't like this.
And Richie
I'm
says, I
old,
have a
okay?
Samsung. Richie says, I have a Samsung phone, TV, refrigerator, and dishwasher. Cool.
Oh yeah.
Are they connected? Do you have one of the one of those crazy fancy refrigerators with a touchscreen? Because those are cool. The problem is, I would like to have that type of refrigerator, but we have a built-in refrigerator, so and actually a small one.
Second.
And Gap Stargate, what's wrong with the iPhone? You know what? Basically nothing, and especially in the latest generations, like I would say since the X or XS. So basically iPhone 10, nothing much. You can basically be happy with it as it is. What I found on the previous phones, like basically when the iPhone 10 came on the market, they introduced as well the 8. And when I look at the design of the 10 and when I look at the design of the previous models like 8, 7, and so on down the line, they were too bulky. Like small screen, big borders around it, and even the home button was like just too big. But honestly, besides the notch that the iPhone has, I don't mind the design and the functionality at all. And since I learned to basically pay for music, I don't mind even the whole restrictions that you have on with iTunes and all that ecosystem lock. And especially if you have like more than one Apple product, you are just fine. I used to be a big hater of Apple, but honestly, when I look at the latest generations, so literally the last 4-5 years, not a single problem with them. And the AG sound says, the knocking set my dog off on the front door. Poor doggo, yeah, indeed. And Kron says, I don't trust peeps, by the way. Neither should any of you all. Trusting people? No. And especially if they have a weird accent.
Define weird accent.
Me?
Oh, I thought you meant bird.
No. Everyone should have trust issues. Being careful is definitely one of those things that I find as a smart thing. Having trust issues. What works for me is the fool me once method.
Yep.
Yeah.
Amazon says my current phone is only worth $15 as a trade-in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's what, Galaxy S7, if I remember correctly?
Yeah, that's
It's
an
fine.
awesome phone.
But it was a very good phone.
It was a very good phone just 5 years ago.
More.
7 years ago, whatever. It's still
something like that. It's one
something
with
doesn't become terrible over 7 years. It's hardly been used.
Well, you were making it sound like it was, less than 5 years old before. I thought.
I don't think it's been 5 years.
So just when we go back, we right now the current one is the 21. Before that was 20. Before that it was the 9,
And
8, 7. So it's about 6 years old phone.
6, you see. March 11th, 2016. It came out. So March 11th. So I think we got it. We're 5 years.
Yep.
Yeah, almost.
I was right.
Well, you said under 5 years. 5 years, yeah.
5 years and 10 months.
But, yeah.
Yeah, so almost 6. See? Yeah.
Who's having ketchup chips?
No, I'm having Funyuns. Thank you,
Funyuns.
Resolute Term.
Now, so the only thing you're missing right now is cottage cheese.
No, thank you.
But Funyuns with cottage cheese, not a bad thing. But you know, I'm weird. I like cottage cheese. I know that Bert hates cottage cheese.
Oh, I like cottage cheese. Don't get me wrong.
Is the S7 still good in 2020? However, it's still worth taking a look at the Samsung Galaxy S7 for your next smartphone, even in the year 2020. The Galaxy S7 may perform slow or buggy due to lagging software updates. Oh, why people were giving up on this phone even 2 years ago?
It was old.
Let's see. Is the Galaxy S7 good for 2022?
Okay, why am I going to ban you?
Who are you talking to?
Courtesy and ban. Cheap cheese or goat cheese? Galaxy J7.
I have a Galaxy
App, I'm
J7.
going to need a little bit.
Go.
Yeah.
I'll just unmute myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, the J7 is one of the entry-level phones, but once again, it is always about how people are using their phones. If you are using it for basically like messaging and web browsing and your occasional picture here and there, it's more than enough. And I completely understand Bird that he doesn't want to change because, but if whoever the provider is, I think Verizon he mentioned, is upgrading the network so that his phone doesn't work anymore, which I find ridiculous. What are they doing? What are they upgrading there on their network so that his phone doesn't work anymore? I find that ridiculous. Chrono says, I would like to get banned, so buy a bandana.
No. No banning. Kronos, no banning.
Hi, John. What is whole cheese? Whole cheese, anyone? Whole cheese. Sounds like a block of cheese.
Elk cheese. Wow.
Yeah, it's just a block of cheese. At least what Google gives me.
Oh,
Yeah, cheese is heavy.
yeah. And President Trump says they aren't so much upgrading as they are putting system restrictions in place to block over funds. Yeah, that's true. I mean, there are certain upgrades going in place, but they're, yeah, restricting the lower bandwidth for other things.
I don't think they would be allowed to do something like here in Europe. Like putting some crazy restrictions on the network.
Oh, trust me, they will everywhere.
Because I understand some technological restrictions, but honestly, usually if you have something like, especially when we're talking about the internet connectivity, when you have a 4G phone, it can easily work with 3G and 2G networks. And if you have 5G, the funniest thing about the whole 5G discussion is that there is something like 5G network, what is called 5G network, and then there is the real 5G network. And not every 5G network is a real 5G network. So yeah, it's even more complicated. Does anyone still have an old-fashioned landline? Bear does have a landline. Basically, that's the phone that is ringing all the time. And the fun part is that the original landline, at least the original landline wires, are not even available or working in many parts of the country here. And even if you have a landline, it's usually something like digital.
Yeah.
Everything was digitized, and what is happening that actually the cable providers are offering phone services. And
Yep.
it was the situation like when I go back when I was still living in the city. So we are the 12th year here.
Well, I
So
remember. Go ahead.
it's easily something like 2003, 2004, if I remember correctly, where yeah, 2003, when I got my first high-speed internet through my cable provider then in the city. And what happened was that they offered basically a package solution like TV, internet, and landline.
Mm-hmm.
And I took the landline because the package was cheaper if I took only two of the other services. Despite I didn't need the landline at the time, not at
Yep.
all. So I took the landline just because it was cheaper. And the fun part is that it's the place where my mother is living now in that place. Uh, she still has the landline, but only in the invoice because she doesn't even know where the phone is. I mean the device, the phone itself. She has no idea where the phone is because One day she asked me to unplug it because it was in a way. I unplugged it and we never used it again. So it's basically there. There is a phone number tied to it, but I think there was maybe one phone call made out of the phone since 2003. Yeah.
Well, it's funny because I remember back when I had, you know, uh, regular phone service, a landline,
Hmm.
and they started incorporating first they had optional services. You had call waiting, three-way calling, blah, 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 call blocker. And these were features you could add.
Hmm.
So you could have a phone, you could have a phone number that was, about $50 a month.
Wow.
Okay. Then, because normally, it was advertised at like 27, but, you had fees and all. So it was about 50. But then they started adding all these features as automatic things.
Hmm.
So it went up in price. So you go from having a $50 phone bill to like $150 phone bill. It's like, fuck you. You can keep your damn stupid phone line.
No, I would immediately cancel the contract because I don't know how it works in the United States, but but it was a very similar situation here that and it was with the cable provider itself, and it was probably a decade ago. What happened? You signed a contract, like a 2-year contract, and in the middle of the contract, they sent you that they are increasing your monthly payments by, and it wasn't like a ridiculous amount of money. It was something like €3 or €4,
Mm-hmm.
which is like okay. If it and I say if it was any other company, but not this a-holes, I would like pay it without even asking, because literally 3 or 4 euro, it's nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But I was so pissed that they basically just increased the payment, and they told you with the first invoice that they are increasing it. That I immediately called them and told them that I'm canceling the contract, and they told me, haha, you cannot cancel the contract because you have a 2-year contract running. And I was like, haha, I can cancel it, and just because you have it in your terms and conditions, uh, and they had it in their terms and conditions, that I can cancel earlier if there are certain changes in contract that were not agreed on both parties.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. and basically and not that I would change something, but it was like, if the provider changes something that we don't agree, that where both sides do not agree on those changes, and I was like, okay, there it is in your own contract that I can cancel it. And they were like, no, because it was meant in a different way. And I was like, okay, in what way was it different? And the best and they were not able to provide me an answer, and they told me just I cannot cancel it. But it was at the age of the internet, and on their Facebook page, there was a Facebook page of their customers, but it wasn't moderated by the company.
Mm-hmm.
It was basically just like any other, like a fan page or whatever. And immediately there were like few lawyers who wrote there that, guys, you can easily cancel the contract and I cannot charge you, because the cancellation fees were like extreme, something like you had to pay everything till the end of the contract plus something like 20% cancellation fee of the remaining amount. So it was like ridiculous, and especially when you are like in the middle of the contract. So, but there were like few lawyers who immediately wrote. So what the company did, they said, okay, we're not we will charge the new fees only new customers.
Correct.
Which is okay. Or when you change your contract, you can.
Right.
Yeah, but the good thing was that since then I always threatened them that I will leave them and that I will cancel the contract because it's still under my name, and they didn't increase the price in about a decade.
Hmm.
And even I increased the speed of the internet, and they still didn't increase the price since then. And it's and I know that my mother has only like the basic TV station package, because she's anyway not even watching properly TV. She's just watching. She basically uses the TV as a background for her naps.
Yeah.
So we're not even paying that much for cable TV. And here where I live right now, I'm completely cut off. I have no cable, no satellite, nothing. I just don't need it. I have like paid services, but not but no TV. I was like, why should I pay somebody money for something that I'm not using?
Yeah, I agree. And why can't you type anymore, Kronos? Nobody's gonna ban you. Sorry.
Kronos Dell? Damn it. Oh, it's a Dell. Yeah, it's a Dell rolling in the deep. Hmm. Money for nothing and the chicks for free. You know what? I was listening to Dire Straits on, I think, Saturday.
Mm-hmm.
Last Saturday, I was listening to Dire Straits, yeah. And Money for Nothing was one of the songs that I was listening to. Yeah. Yes. I'm dating myself again. For knowing that song.
Nothing wrong with that.
No.
I mean, it was. I can't think right now. I know it was used in a few movies, but
It's possible, but the thing is, I like Mark Knopfler's guitar. How he plays the guitar, I like the sound. He has a very specific sound of his guitar. So Dire Straits. I'm not saying I'm the biggest fan, but when it's on radio, I don't switch to another station or something.
interesting. I remember when MTV was actually music,
Yeah.
not whatever the hell it is now.
It was a funny it was a meme that I saw on the internet, that MTV turned 40. Thank you for 14 years of music.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was just.
But you know what? Actually, yes, because but when you think about it, I have my sister has a cable package, and there are something like a dozen of music stations. I have access to it through the internet, so if I wanted, I could watch it. I'm barely using it. And and the music stations they are basically like 80s nostalgia, 90s something, uh, the 2000s. So basically decade based music stations where they are basically just rotating video clips, and it's basically like Spotify on TV, where they have like giant playlists and they are just rotating the songs. But with the internet, it lost its appeal actually, like having like a music station, because with one click on your phone or on your computer, you can listen to whatever song you want. You don't need to wait like it used to be, like watching MTV and now waiting for the, I don't know. I remember that. What was it, like 1990, when my how we were all waiting for Michael Jackson to release Black and White. It was, I think, 1990 or 1991. Everybody was it was basically an event on TV when they said, okay, this is the hour when we are releasing the new song from Michael Jackson, and everybody was glued to the screen. And now basically, yeah, when a song is released, you can go on YouTube and watch it anytime.
Yeah.
Yeah, Dave G, exactly that old joke. MTV 35 anniversary celebrating 10 years of music. Yeah.
Yep. 10 years. God.
Yeah. And it was interesting because here in Europe, the MTV, we had actually MTV Europe. So it was the programming was different from the US programming, but they had uh, but they took over certain like programs like Headbangers Ball, or what was there, or even like stuff like Beavis and Butter. They took over from the US version, and it was so funny to see, like when you had those VJs popping up and listening to, and despite I didn't speak that well English at the time, basically understood only the minimum basics. I could understand the difference in the accent when there was a VJ coming from UK or then the US, and even the visuals were so completely different. The US ones were like, I don't want to, the what would be the right word, like way more like on the nose, like I don't want to say the word trashier because it would have a bad connotation to it, but it was like the visuals were way harsher, coming of the MTV programs that came from the US compared to what was like MTV Europe that was based in UK. So yeah, and yeah, I could watch MTV. Yeah, from 1990. Yeah, that was actually very quick. Everything right after the fall of communism, everything came so quickly. Like within the first 6 months of 1990, so many things changed. It was incredible. Like with the immediate access to the whole Western culture. And the funniest thing was that the Western culture, the first touch with the Western culture, was an Austrian sleepy village just across the border. That was so funny. And Gap Stargate says, I'm not dating myself, but does anyone remember the TV show Solid Gold with the Solid Gold dancers? Not me, doesn't ring a bell, but
And yes, Gap Stargate. American Bandstand with Dick Clark. Yep,
What was that?
it was an old show that they played music on and showed people dancing, and it was
Hmm.
kind of just a fun time.
Yeah, that was probably then, but it was probably before MTV.
Yeah,
Yeah, because yeah, like the isn't it funny when you have like on TV when you had on TV like programs meant specially for like playing video clips or yeah, no free speech in Slovakia. Not until November 1989. Definitely not.
yeah,
And definitely not now when I'm married. So, just joking. No, but definitely no free speech until then. But I can tell you that even the free speech, but in general in Europe, has certain limitations
yes,
that that you cannot say like everything.
right.
And the laws in the United States are way more liberal in terms of what you can say without basically committing a crime. For example, you wouldn't face any type of charges by denying the German camps. Yeah, I'm not going into details, but
Mm-hmm.
everybody knows what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Denying its existence here in Europe and the atrocities is actually it's actually a crime, and you can end up in jail for for denying those facts. And especially when you create something like a conspiracy around it, and and basically that, or the symbolism of that certain era is as well punishable. You can the symbolism that you have like depicting the 1940s Germany,
Mm-hmm.
you can use only as art. So let's say in movies, when you have like historical movies or something, you can show it in museums, but something like having it at home is a crime. Owning that symbolism, and right now for actually since the fall of communism, it's still a very hot topic, even putting into same category the communist symbolics
Hmm.
or symbols as well under the same law, because there were atrocities as well committed during that regime as well. So it's one of very hot discussed topics. And Chrono says, "I don't get the EU." You know what? The EU is a really good thing. It's you know what? It's like having the best uncle that you could have, who is a little bit crazy. Yeah. So literally, I can tell you that there is some crazy stuff going on. But you know what? The law isn't necessarily an EU one that I mentioned. It's pretty much every single country had it, even before entering the EU.
Well, there are places that are trying to rewrite history with that. So I'm glad that there are laws on the books prohibiting that activity.
And FG Sound, I'm not sure if I want to hang out in Hungary right now. You know what? With Hungary and especially, and this is in general right now, the Hungarian Prime Minister, which is basically the prime ministers here in the European countries have the same, let's say, the same power as a president in the United States.
Right.
Yeah. The prime minister of Hungary is drunk with power and has a little bit of. And I'm not saying criticizing the EU is out of place, because you should criticize it for certain things. But he is, and by the way, not only Hungary but Poland is the same. They are breaking the rules or basically they are breaking points of contract that they signed before they entered the EU. So basically, because it's basically like a treaty or an agreement that you contract
Mhm.
that you sign when you are entering the EU. There are because the list of to be accepted as an EU country, what do you need to fulfill as a country? The list is extreme. So every single country that fulfilled the requirements uh, is actually a stable country. Yeah, I mean geopolitically, economically, and so on and so on. Um, and Hungary and Poland are two countries that are actually breaking many of the rules. Some of them I can get behind, but some of them are unacceptable. So yes, the current prime minister there is as it is written there in the chat, like a wannabe dictator, and he could be way harsher if there was no EU. So actually, the EU is um, basically
Preventing that?
slowing him a little bit down,
Yeah.
which is actually a good thing because it doesn't help much. It doesn't help much anybody. So, and the problem is, just imagine that in Hungary, he basically destroyed free speech in terms of the government owns all media, and every single independent media was basically, I'm not saying blacklisted, but badmouthed, so that people are not even accepting free media, and so non-government media. And basically, if you want to find like Hungarian free media that are basically in an opposition to the prime minister, they are not even based in Hungary. I disagree with that. I disagree with that statement, Resolute Germ. Not bro. You don't. There is one thing for the EU that would make completely sense to slow down some of the overly progressive BS that is happening, but the whole idea of free trade and free workforce is actually a good thing because just to put it into perspective of those two basic rules are the most important thing and they are like 90% of everything. And just imagine that you would have like take the United States. We are talking about 50 independent countries, 50 states working in a federation. And
Hmm.
this is United States, and basically, you can go from I don't know, Florida to Texas to Kansas to New York to Minnesota, whenever you want, and you can go there and you can find a job, you can find a living there, and you can stay there.
Right.
Yeah, you can ship goods and services across the country without additional fees, without tolls, not tolls,
Well,
without how do you call it, like mm,
there are toll roads, but that's different.
I'm not the tolls was the wrong word. I mean without like what is it, like the fees that you pay when you want to ship something to Europe.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah. So basically, you can move the goods. You can work in everywhere else. And this is the whole idea between the EU, that you don't have borders. Basically, there are borders, but you can cross them like without waiting for 2 hours, just somebody so that somebody checks your passport. You can go, I can if I want it, I can basically just pack my stuff and go to Germany and work there. You know, or
Hmm.
or go to so this is the good thing. We don't pay those fees for goods that is being moved across the EU borders. So those ideas, which is basically the economic stuff, so goods moving people, no borders, that's the perfect thing. Yeah, there are certain of course you need to regulate certain things. What I don't necessarily like, and and I'm saying it as a country who is basically somebody who is taking money out of the EU, not
Hmm.
bringing money into the EU,
Right.
because Germany is and UK was bringing maybe huge amounts of money. Yeah, I don't like that one, subsidizing every single crap.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's so there are definitely things that need to be that require some reforms, and that require changes. But the basic idea of the EU is actually really good. And I can tell you that from the Eastern Bloc countries, Slovakia, where I am, is the only one that actually switched to euro. And I can tell you that it helped us immensely compared to, let's say, Czech Republic, Poland, or Hungary, countries that stayed with their local currencies. Yeah, because even if the financial market is volatile, we don't feel the huge ups and downs in the exchange course of the currency.
Ah.
Having euro basically backing us up. So even that one is basically a good thing. But trust me, just like I'm praising here a ton of stuff, I could go on a rant and blame like a gazillion of smaller things. But for me, more important are literally the open borders, the things that I can basically order things from all around the EU, that I have a warranty, the same warranty all around the EU. So literally, if I bought a TV in Germany, or if I bought a TV in Poland, whatever, I have the warranty that is valid here in Slovakia as well, because it's always an EU warranty.
Ah.
Okay, and let me check the chat. You're basically German vassals. You know what, Resolute, but Germany is profiting from the two-way market as well, very well. So it's not like they would complain about it, or they are still basically Germany is the strongest economy as well, because of countries like we are. Um, and the trading part is really good thing. It's not as dark as you describe it here.
Well, the funny thing is, there are people who do describe it like that, and I don't know. I don't have all the facts.
The elected representation in EU is as well one of the things uh, on the outside, and this is the funniest thing. On the outside, literally, if you listen to all the ideas, they sound like AOC on overdrive. Yes, so um, and those are like, let's say some of the loudest voices, or the best paid jobs within the EU Parliament that you hear, like the president of the EU Parliament and so on and so on. But the good thing is there are the countries themselves are basically slowing them down, and they are keeping them in check with all the crazy ideas, because you know what, they come up with crazy ideas with um, for example, what I don't like, they completely destroy the automotive industry in Europe. They like completely destroy the automotive industry with the BS norms that they came up with. Because you know the whole being ecological and emissions and carbon footprint BS. Um, they are basically destroying that part of the. Those are, for example, tons of stupid regulations they came up with, where many people, where many countries are against it, but not because it would be a bad idea, but simply because, for example, when they are reducing, when they are telling you how much, what the carbon footprint of a car can be, it's basically they are reducing it to such a level that literally electric cars are becoming the only viable option that you can have by the year of 2035 or 2040, something like that, because of their stupid regulations, because they want to reduce the footprint, the carbon footprint that Europe is producing, or the what is it called, the glasshouse gases, or how is it called,
Greenhouse gases.
greenhouse gases. Yeah, exactly. But you know
It's
what?
the same stupidity they're doing in California.
Yeah, but Captain Trek, when you think about it, that the cruise ships that are cruising between Miami and Mexico are creating the same footprint within 1 year than all cars in Europe in a period of 10 years. What change do we actually make except destroying our own economy by creating stupid regulations that won't help the planet unless there is somebody else uh, doing the same things. When you think about it, and this is something that I was talking. I'm not sure if I don't think it was your stream. It was rather a discussion I had with my friends. Um, when you look at your, and we have here probably something like your dollar stores. When you go into a dollar store and you look around, you see uh, literally plastic crap for $1. Yeah, or cheap stuff, and all that cheap stuff is produced in China, shipped with on huge containers on huge ships, and all that plastic stuff is then redistributed throughout the whole world. I'm not saying throughout the United States, I'm saying throughout the whole world.
Right.
You know, and you buy it for $1. So tell me, if or even $5, if something costs $5, what's the actual production value? Yeah, how much did it cost, like material wise and everything, when you already buy it for $5 and it traveled across the world, and then you are using it for probably 10 minutes, then it breaks, then you throw it out. Yeah. if this craziness doesn't stop, which it won't stop,
Nope.
all the regulations that we are putting on a carbon footprint here in Europe is just stupid. And those regulations, this is the part where I'm criticizing the EU, for example, for putting something like this onto its citizens, where everybody else is showing us the middle finger. You know? But I still think social design engineering is the problem. People don't live where they work. That's that people travel and ease the luxury now. There are too many jobs that really do not anything viable.
The problem is, okay, for example, you work at a car plant, let's just say. Okay, but the crime rate around that area is high. Do you really want to live right there? The answer is no. You're going to want to live further out, away from the crime area. Sorry. There are, and that's just one example. Uh, you know, especially here in the United States, unfortunately, people have gotten used to having their own land. They want more than just a little apartment. And in order to do that, you have to travel. Again, it's just a simple fact of life. You can only, you know, there's only so much land available until you have to go out. Um, you know, I, I agree. Uh, 'Cause there are too many people out there that are just going, let's go way on out. They travel too much to go to their job, but I mean, I don't know.
You know what? By the way, with the travel, I'm not sure if travel in that or what Dave G Dave G, what you wrote there, and you used the word travel. You mean like commuting, like
That is a good question. Do you mean commuting or do you mean yeah?
like travel in terms of travel? So that we are on the same page, because I can tell you that there are certain departments in the company that I'm working for, and it's a local thing. So literally like here, uh, where certain managers didn't allow their employees to go on home office because they thought that they won't be productive enough and they will screw up their job. They will not work properly. So they didn't allow their employees in their departments to go on home office. Guess what? 2 years ago, home office became mandatory.
Uh,
Yeah, and now they realize that okay, we don't have to. You don't have to commute every day to work, and you can actually. And we were on and just imagine that we are in a building, in an office building that is like 10 stories high office building with something 2,000 seats, yeah, for 2,000 employees.
mhm.
And we were basically like 6 months before that crap with the corona started. We were we were thinking about to moving to another building. By the way, the building we are in was built in 2007, so was finished. We moved in 2007, and we were thinking about moving out of that building to a new one that is bigger, because we are hiring more and more people. And right now they realize that that more than 50% of the workforce wants to work actually from home. And many people in the last 2 years managed to get their home office contracts, so full home office. So right now the office, we are not even changing the building. On the opposite, what they did, they actually reduced the workplaces, basically your cubicles. They reduced the cubicles and they created their like chill out areas, meeting rooms,
Mm-hmm.
and they basically made it like more comfortable to be in the office if you want to meet, because the office became, and now it is once again one time is open, next time is closed because of the stupid regulations that we have here.
Mm-hmm.
But in general, what is expected is that the office becomes only a meeting place. So if you want to meet with customers or you want to meet as a team here and there, but otherwise you can still work from home.
Okay, let's see here. Breaking news: Government of Kazakhstan resigned. I mean, the whole government. I thought at first this was an Onion or Babylon Bee article. Where is it at in the?
Yeah, Kazakhstan, they are so far away from me. They are probably like 4 or 5 hours ahead. No. 3 hours, 3 hours ahead of me. Kazakhstan, and what? It's nothing actually special when governments resign. If they cannot work, if it doesn't work, the government resigns. They will be there until the next elections. They have new elections, and there will be new government. Uh, we had like in the last 30 years, we had it happened like 3 times that the government basically gave up. They told themselves like we cannot work like this together, so they basically resigned. And government can resign, for example, based on our constitution, if they are not able to uh, create new laws, or they cannot come to an agreement within like 30-day period. 30-day period. The president can basically ask the government to resign, or not ask, basically forces the government to resign, and new elections will be held in something like 3 or 4 months period after.
Central Asia.
Or where they are? Okay, Central Asia. You know what? They were Kazakhstan was a former one of the former Soviet republics. Basically, in Kazakhstan is you will know it because the whole space program was the Soviet space program was held in Kazakhstan. They
Right.
have their and even the U.S. And even all the missions that were for to the ISS, the International Space Station, even with the U.S. Astronauts. When the United States stopped using the space shuttles for going to the ISS, they were using the Russian space program, and that one was basically based in Kazakhstan. Oh yeah, and Resolute wrote it, a former Soviet Republic, northeastern, northeastern
Yeah.
shore of Caspian Sea. Yeah, it was one of the 15 former republics creating the USSR. They are interesting people.
Really?
Yeah, because just they are uh, They are because when we were talking about the Soviet Union, everything was like, okay, they are a Slavic country. They were not Slavic, definitely not Kazakhstan or and definitely not the Kazakhs there. They are actually more Asian in and even in the way they look, than anything else. And I'm working with Kazakhstan as well. I'm working on some projects in terms of where Dell is involved, like so. Oh yeah, there will be Russian property again soon. You know what? Putin tries, but the interesting thing about the whole Russia is that they might have great big military, they might have tons of weapons, but the problem is that the Russian economy is basically on the level of Italy, and Italy is not the most stable. I'm not saying that Italy, by any means, I don't want to say something bad about Italian economy, but it is not the strongest
Right.
European economy by far, and Russian economy is pretty much on par with the Italian one. So. Um, what is happening right now is basically Putin
This is not
is
so good to
Putin is
compare
blackmailing.
to
Uh,
compare us to that other country.
Oh my God.
the the problem right now is that Putin is blackmailing European countries
You
uh,
say blackmail.
with
I
gas.
say we are making a deal.
No, it's
It's called
blatant blackmail.
monetary
Trust me.
compensation. Yeah.
I was given this book from Small Ugly Man from Future called Laws of Rules of uh oh rules of engagement. Shit. Rules of barter. Rules of acquisition. I
Oh, for
was
fuck's sake,
given
I
this
didn't know where
book.
the hell you were going with this
I
one.
was given this book from Small Ugly Man from Future called Rules of Acquisition. And you now follow only this book.
Yeah. Rule of acquisition 5 and 6.
I think it
Or
means
is
all women not allowed to get dressed.
no. Peace is good for business and war is good for business. Or is it 4 and 5? I don't know right now. And Gabe asks me what work I'm doing. You know what? I'm working as a technical consultant on large tenders. Basically, like when usually like ministries, governments put out some tenders on computers. I'm working as a technical consultant on those. Today I was working on 2 of them.
Consulting technician or technical consultant?
Technical consultant. Basically, they send me the technical requirements and I select the best possible computer for the lowest possible price. And the thing is, I'm not working on small projects. All the project has to be 1 million or over, 1 million USD or over.
I didn't know Dell's prices went up that high. What type of computer you get for $1 million? Better have
Um,
diamonds for keyboards.
you could do that, or you could buy a few thousand of computers, and then you get easily to 1 million. Yeah, just when you think about it, when you have like an average of 500 an office desktop, yeah, 60,000 computers, and there you go. That's 1 million. Big X says, Bird of Prey, your Russian accent is just as good as your Aussie one. Just stick with your NYC.
Yes, 35 is.
Yeah, pizza's good for business. Pizza's good for business. Oh, it's 35 and 36. Thank you, NB. I knew that there is something like, I knew that it was like a 5 and 6 in there. I didn't, if it's 35 and 36, okay, thank you. Yeah. And sarcasm is good for business. You know what? Sarcasm is very good for business if you find a counterpart that understands sarcasm.
True.
Then it works like a charm. Then it works like a charm. Otherwise, you can screw business very easily. Especially, you know what? There are certain countries where you can make great business with ton of humor and sarcasm,
Yes.
but don't try it with Germans. Never. You know what? All the all the stereotypes that you hear about German humor and all that stuff. I always say that stereotypes come from general observation and general facts. So
Mhm.
if somebody says it's a stereotype, yes, it is a stereotype because it's a fact. I'm not saying it applies to 100%, but it applies, even if it applies to 80% of everything, it's still a fact. And when I was working with the Germans, I can tell you, be on time, be on point, don't joke. Yeah, and speak German. That helps as well.
Well, yeah.
Where, for example, when I'm working with the Dutch guys, it's it, it's hilarious. It's so much. It's so much funny stuff that we are discussing all the time. And you know what? Like guys from Saudi Arabia,
Yes.
they have some dirty minds.
Of course they do.
Hmm.
Nothing
But
wrong
one
with that.
thing, but one thing that I learned with working from people with people from Middle East is literally it takes like an eternity creating something like a friendship or building trust with them
Hmm.
until they trust you. But
Right.
once they trust you with their lives. It's interesting. Something like a loyalty, like that I haven't found with many people from Western from the Western cultures, like um, our corner of the world, let's call it, like the typical Western culture. It's so different, so interesting. Äh, du bist besser pünktlich, weil ich keine Witze mag. Gab Stargate, you speak German?
Yeah.
You
Makes
you, uh,
no
you
sense to
better
me, but
Yeah, it says you better be precise because I don't like any jokes. Or you better be on time. Pünktlich means precise or on time. Okay, he says a little. Okay. And NB says here, addressing to me. Can you put NB's message on the screen so I can read it better? Thank you. I met many Russians, and one thing about the men in the culture is that they are more in embarrassing other men. Where we may hug or shake hands, they also kiss each other on the lips. You know what? This is the kissing on the lips or even kissing on the cheeks is yeah, it's very much embedded in their culture. I don't know why.
Well, as we do know, NB grew up on men. Too bad Deej is not here to play that clip.
And Gab says he speaks a little German, Italian, and French.
The funny thing is, I actually can read that. I can figure that part out.
In French, what I can say in French? In French, I can say that I'm sorry I don't speak French. Je suis désolé, je ne parle pas français.
Well, at least you can say that in French.
Yeah. That's the most important thing. If somebody kidnapped me and released me in France, it's the first thing that I will say, and then I will switch to some other language. But the fun part is that I don't understand French when they speak, but when I get a French text, when it's written down, I can understand the main points
Right.
because it has so much from the Roman basics from Roman basics. So yes, it's Französisch. In German, when you say French, it's Französisch. Yeah. Or as they would say, au français. Yeah. I definitely need to practice more my German.
Well, then maybe you should.
Yeah. Oh, it's like I speak fluently German, but the thing is that I'm not using it as much as I would like to. But at least what I'm doing that everything that's available in German on Netflix, I'm watching in German.
Right.
Just not to lose it.
You know, if I could understand German, I probably get something out of it. Probably ought to have learned a different language. I haven't yet.
And Gabe says that Italian and Spanish are very similar languages. So if you speak Spanish, you can also you can somehow make it even in Italy. Italian seems to be easier, especially with pronunciation and reading. But yeah, because it's yeah, they have historically the same basis, so it's easier. And I always say that for example, Dutch, it's a mix of it's a mix of English, German, and choking because of the sound.
Oh yeah, yeah. I would hate for well, Bird to start trying that.
And B says I speak 3 languages, best at English, poor English, and sarcasm. Yeah, I know what you mean. My English sucks as well from time
You
to time.
mean
Sometimes my English works, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes I'm so desperate finding the right words, what I want to say.
Cronus is his father
And
and
his
his
parents
parents
could.
could. Wow.
47 says he also speaks French better than me. Actually, I don't really. And Kronos in Hungarian, I can also say nem beszélni magyarul, which means I don't speak Hungarian. But my wife speaks fluently Hungarian because, okay, she is Hungarian, basically,
Right.
Hungarian nationality. And he asks if I saw Dark, the German show. You know what? Yes, the first season. I didn't watch the second one, and I need to rewatch the first season because it was so complex. And the problem with Dark is that it's one of those high concept sci-fi shows where you really need to pay attention to it. You really need to pay attention, and um, I made a mistake that I didn't, so I need to rewatch it.
I haven't seen it, so
Yeah, it's really good. The thing is, it's a German sci-fi show. It's really good. Is really well produced and everything. Um,
what would you say is the greatest difference, though? You said it's a German sci-fi show. What would
yeah,
be
but
different than others that you've seen?
the thing is, uh, I didn't, and I started watching it because Netflix has a default setting in English,
Right.
and when I started watching it, I didn't even know it was a German show. I honestly didn't know it was German until I think the second episode when I watched the credits, and I realized there are basically German names. Everything is German, and so I switched to German as a language on the show, and it became 100% better.
Wow.
So I can tell you that the English dubbing that they produced wasn't that great for that one, and it was still a very good show. And it was still a very good show. And Kronos says, "Well, yes, if I could actually understand that, that's great." So you have some basics in Hungarian.
Cool.
And Kronos says, "I hate you now."
Yes, Kronos is the greatest troll on every YouTube. You're correct in me.
I'm a destructor, Dave G. No. Yeah, definitely. Oh, the thing is, I put it in, I put it on the TV, and I was doing like 300 things. No, you definitely need to focus on the show.
I wish more people, excuse me, would do that. I don't know if it's possible anymore in the smartphone age.
Gozer, Gozer, Ghostbusters. Oh. By the way, somebody in the chat, I know that MB was watching the Ghostbusters in theaters. I don't know. Do you know, Captain, when it's going to be released on home video or something?
No, I don't. Because I know
Be-
they're already selling the box set. So when it is released, obviously the whole all three movies will just be shipped at once. I don't know.
so 1, 2, no 16, and the new one.
Correct. So 1, 2, and 3. Um, well, they're going to include the digital download if you're so inclined to want to watch that piece of
Oh,
trash.
Rachel, it says digital release today. Okay, perfect. Okay, because that one I will that one I want to that one I want to buy definitely, because yeah, unfortunately still the theaters here are closed, so yeah, I think they want to reopen on the 10th of January, but when right now everybody is scared of this Omicron variant, so, and that one we don't still don't have here. We have only like 20 cases of that one, so everybody is like freaking out what's going to
Yeah,
happen.
there's going to be
So
another lockdown.
so yeah, thank you very much, because that's exactly what we need. Another one. So I didn't have the chance to watch the only movie for the whole year that no, I was twice in theaters this year. Once, I saw the highest grossing movie in Slovakia of 2021, and the second highest grossing movie in Slovakia for 2021. The second highest grossing film was James Bond,
Hmm.
and the first one was Paw Patrol. Which mean, yeah, literally Paw Patrol, yeah, the animated movie, and this speaks volumes, because it means we had literally the theaters open here like for a very brief period of time, once in summer and now in fall, yeah, and that was it. And before that, after that, between that, all the theaters were closed basically the whole time. It
Yep.
it sucks.
Yeah.
Kronos Paw Patrol, PAW.
You know,
The
Paw
animated.
Patrol, Paw Patrol.
Yeah.
Whenever you're in trouble.
Yes, you have
Paw Patrol. Be there on the double.
you have nephews there, right? Who
Yeah.
who know the show. You know what? And the thing is, it's actually adventures and some educational stuff in there in that show. It's nice animation, and I don't mind it at all. So when my niece is here, I put it on TV. We watch it, because it's I think on HBO they have it. So I put it on TV, and we are watching it. But when was it? I think. Yeah, it was right now. The when she was visiting over over the holidays. Right now, she was like, "I'm not watching Paw Patrol anymore that much because it's for little kids," and she's like 5.5. And I was like, "And what are you watching right now?" And she was like, "Teen Titans," and I was like, "Okay, show me what that is." And you know what? I was like, "It's seizure-inducing show."
Yep.
with with and the craziest dialogues, and I was there, I was watching one episode, and Robin, which I assume is the same Robin from the Batman and Robin comic books, I don't know, was was talking about black holes, some laws of physics, and other dimensions, and I was like, okay, I'm following you, but I'm 45 and I know a little bit about physics. But sorry, this is a children's show? What the heck? And the little one was, we were watching it in the bedroom. She was sitting on the bed, looking at the screen, not breathing. And I was like, do you even understand what they are saying? And she was like, be quiet, be quiet. And I'm like, okay. And we never spoke with her in English. And she came to me, and since she's watching all the animated shows in English, she started a conversation in English with me, and I was like, what's happening here? I was pleasantly surprised that she understands. Her vocabulary is obviously small, but and she doesn't speak much, but she has a great accent. She doesn't have an accent actually, which I do. I know that about my accent, and it's horrible. She doesn't have an accent, and she understands way more than she's able to say. But it's fantastic. Little kids, they soak up the languages like a sponge.
Okay, what are you talking about, NB?
Uh, why is there a YouTube PSA showing up on Captain Trek stream? PSA? Public service announcement on Captain Trek stream.
I have no idea. I'm looking at it and not seeing anything.
I'm refreshing the stream.
Not ready to do that myself. I wanted to make sure I was all caught up, but just making sure that because I didn't know how long it had been there. So I thought, okay, if it's there, may have been there a while, not. On screen thing. Okay.
And Big Geek says I cannot watch Teen Titans. That is not the Grayson I know as a Robin or Nightwing. You know what? Neither do I. I'm just assuming it is the same character based on the costume he's wearing. And it's a completely weird show, but since she likes it, I don't mind it. It's she's watching as well SpongeBob, and basically when I'm watching SpongeBob, it hurts because I'm face palming myself all the time.
Yeah, I'd much rather watch other shows than SpongeBob. Oh, God. Ugh.
I'm honestly, I'm watching those animated shows only when she's over, so it's not
Right.
that
No, I'm
it's not
saying,
that often, but yeah.
if given the choice between watching the two, yeah, I'm definitely going to go for something other than SpongeBob.
Yeah. And Gab Stargates asks me what's my opinion on No Time to Die movie. Have you seen it, Captain Track?
No, I
The
haven't.
latest James Bond? No, you haven't. So without going into any type of spoilers, I'm not sure if you had it spoiled the movie or not at this stage because it's out
It's, yeah, don't worry about it.
uh, I liked it. I have to say I liked it. I think after Casino Royale, it would be my second favorite Daniel Craig Bond, and it was a nice, you know, basically what they did with the five Daniel Craig movies, they created one story arc, loosely connected, but still one story arc, especially with the connection of Vesper Lind and how he basically became from a fresh agent 007 to his retirement. And despite everything that was said about the movie, how woke it is going to be, and all that all that stuff, nothing like that, and I actually enjoyed it. And this is I go with the first feeling that I have after I watch a movie. How do I feel about the movie? And I'm not going to analyze it or overanalyze it. I liked it. That was the feeling that I had after the movie ended. I was a little bit surprised how they ended the movie because it was unexpected, but I don't mind it because it's not the first character that died and was resurrected in a later movie in the whole franchise.
You're talking. Uh,
Um,
MB, if you're talking that little bar, that appears on every chat when you switch from top chat to live chat. Every fucking stream. When you switch from top chat to live chat, be on guard, blah, 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 blah.
oh, that one, yeah. That is pretty
Every
much the same.
fucking
And
time. Every stream.
Dave G says, "Hey folks, bowing out for a bit. Nice to see you all. If I don't again, where is it? Today in a little bit. Under 10:07. Okay."
Ah,
And Gab says if I like the movie, and yes, I agree. I was surprised at the ending. Yeah,
oh, well.
I just never took Craig as Bond. Says NB. You know what? I didn't honestly. I didn't have a problem with it, and especially, the thing is, if you didn't like Craig as Bond, I assume you didn't like Timothy Dalton as Bond as well, because he
Right.
was pretty much the same character. Definitely, Brosnan was a different Bond, and uh, what's his name? Roger Moore was as well a way different Bond than Craig or Timothy Dalton. I'm not talking about Connery because Connery was a class of its own.
Yeah.
Oh, Kronos, you're leaving. Later, taters.
Okay. We're not talking that.
And Rosalind Germs is asking, didn't they spoil the ending almost a year earlier? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I didn't pay attention. The
No.
only thing that I paid attention to about the movie was one article on a something on a page. I don't know if it was Tech Radar or something, where they said that since the movie was basically moved from something like October 2019 to to October 21, that they had to re-render all the Nokia phones that they were using in the movie to newer models.
Well, yeah, because new models had come out, and it's like, yeah, you're gonna kind of want to sell the new models to customers with, in the movie,
Yeah,
not the old ones.
yeah. The basically the what is it, product placement. Yeah,
Yep.
and since Nokia paid so much money, they wanted to have newer models there. Yeah. And what do you think if they cast Henry Cavill as 007? Uh, you know what? This is one of the things that I don't think about, that I don't do, just not to get like disappointed about something, or being because usually have the problem that then I'm overhyped about things, and then I'm disappointed at some point. Henry Cavill could be a good could be an agent. We had him as a secret agent in already like two movies. One was, what was it, Mission Impossible, I think, the
Hmm.
latest one. And previously he was he in The Men of Uncle?
That one I don't know. And John Grammaticus, what are the chances of a midget being the next Bond? 1 to 100. Well, let's put it this way: 0.
I would say small.
Um, oh,
Yeah.
I would say that. Let's see here. Birdo Prey 5 has a greater chance of being the next James Bond.
What? You want me to be James Bond?
Yes. And you know what? You would have no problems with Bond girls, because you you are
Uh,
already in a bed.
I'm ready to fill in for James Bond,
Yeah. For the bed scenes, definitely, right?
as long as they were with women still.
Well, yeah.
I assume that. For example, it was a big topic, like James Bond being a female, or James Bond being an actor of color, something like
Yeah, why
Idris
hasn't
Elba.
James Bond ever been a disabled guy? It's
Ex-
bullshit.
Yeah,
I
right.
need my representation.
Exactly.
Why hasn't England's greatest secret agent ever been a guy confined to a hospital bed
From New York.
Who
from New
likes wearing
York?
who likes wearing momos? I mean,
I don't wear
muumuus.
momos. What the fuck are you talking about?
Um, the muumuus that or
Bird of Prey
sundresses.
007. I like it. 54.5.
Yeah.
Access radio.
Video
Sundresses.
007.
Sundress '07.
You did have Ironside.
I had Ironside.
Look up Ironside.
Yep.
It was a TV show starring Raymond Burr in a wheelchair as a New York, I believe it was a New York detective.
Mhm.
Didn't he play Perry Mason? No,
There
Raymond
was
Burr?
another one. Yep.
Yes,
Medicated
he played
drugs.
Perry Mason too.
Yeah, so at least I know the actor
Correct.
Howard is referring to. Okay. It's like when they were saying about James Bond being a female character. There were actually attempts during the run with Pierce Brosnan, um, on two different occasions in his movies. I think the first one was Tomorrow Never Dies, and the second one was with Halle Berry. In Tomorrow Never Dies, there was who played the his love interest in that movie. What's her name? She played Georgiou on Discovery. She was
That's
there.
Never heard of Discovery.
Never heard
I'm
of
sorry.
Discovery. Okay, I'm sorry. She played the main she played the main female character in Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. She was in the Shang-Chi movie. What's her name? Uh, do I have to Google the name? Because
Michelle Yao?
Michelle Yao, yeah, she was a Bond girl basically in Tomorrow Never Dies.
Wasn't she in
And they wanted
Charlie's
to.
Angels?
No, that was what's her name? She played Watson on the Sherlock Holmes in New York series. Oh Jesus, Lucy Liu. That was Lucy Liu. Lucy Liu was in Charlie's Angels. Michelle Yeoh was in James Bond, and they wanted to actually create a secret agent character, like a spin-off movie with her, the same as they wanted to create a spin-off movie with Halle Berry as Jinx from the James Bond movies, and it never. Yeah, thank you, Resolute. And it never worked out, and I would be on board having a secret agent, female secret agent, but not necessarily James Bond. James Bond is basically a character from books. It's
I'm sorry. You know, the funny thing is, there are people that are like, well, I can't see anybody being 007 except James Bond. Why? I mean, my dad was a bus driver. He got given new badge numbers every year. He moved up his badge number every year because people retired. So it would be the same thing if somebody finally stopped being 007. It wouldn't necessarily have to be James Bond. Sorry.
Yeah, I don't mind 007. I don't mind the number. I mean the character, the name. Just don't copy paste the character
Yeah,
traits.
exactly.
Don't copy the history of the character to somebody else.
Exactly.
Just
A whole new 007.
whole
Completely
new
new.
007, whole new character. It could be a 006, it could be a 004, 005, 009. I don't mind, or single 010 or whatever. you know, it's Yeah, exactly, NB. That's it. James Bond is James Bond, and 007 it's basically a number. The problem is that it is basically a character, and it is all trademark and everything. But I wouldn't mind. You know what? We had basically since the 90s we had other competing franchises with secret agents. We have Mission Impossible with Tom Cruise and his Ethan Hunt, which is pretty much James Bond, just in another shade of blue. And we have Jason Bourne, yeah, in all the Bourne movies. It's basically same concept as James Bond.
Well, how about this, Gap Stargate? You write the character Double D7. You make sure she has double D's. Yep. There, we got an idea. I'll take 1%.
So honestly, I create a whole franchise about the MI5 and make it like whole secret agents storylines. You could create movie franchise. You could create additional movie franchise. You could create a TV series. You could create an anthology story. Whatever.
Well, I mean, even if you had a new series um, of movies, at some point you could fill in a new agent as 007. I think that would fit in if you had it as a part of another story,
Yeah,
and just we've got to train a new agent as 007.
yeah, but don't call him James Bond.
Well, just exactly. Don't call him James Bond. Don't call him or her James Bond. Just give it a different name.
Yeah. Michael Burnham is a good name, for example, for a new agent. Okay, I fell to the slap captain trick. Over the continents, over the internet.
I mentally I was slapping you. Yes,
I felt
dear God.
and the Resolute says we do not need a 007 expanded universe. Uh, I'm completely on board with you, Resolute. I don't. The problem is it's not me, but the problem is it's not something that I can decide. It's not something that you can decide. I just don't want them to f it up. And basically, they are thinking diarrhea, and I'm giving them a solid poop. That's it as an idea.
Well, the only reason I suggested a 007 expanded universe is, I mean, at least you could expand on the idea of the whole thing, and it would give something more
Uh,
than the garbage that we've been seeing lately.
uh, I'm really interested right now in another movie that has spies in it, and it's
Hmm.
what is it? We had already two movies. Now the third one as a prequel is coming with the secret agents. What is it called? Man, I'm blanking right now. Ooh, what is it? The third movie is. Oh shoot! What is it called? Somebody will type it in the chat.
I'm sure.
Um, the second one had a secondary title like Golden Circle or something. New female agent 102. Kingsman, yeah, Resolute German, exactly, Kingsman. Kingsman. That's another franchise that I really enjoyed the first two movies. The first one was slightly better than the second one, but the second one I enjoyed as well. It was a little bit campy with the Elton John storyline there, but it was funny. And low specs Linux laptop. Hi there, says Kate Archer. Is Kate Archer the girl from Hawkeye? Because that was actually a show that I enjoyed. I'm not sure if people in the chat enjoyed it, but Hawkeye I really enjoyed.
Any shows you haven't really enjoyed?
Hmm?
Are there any shows you haven't really enjoyed?
I'm not watching those. If there is something
Like any new show recently?
oh, like what I watched The last show that I watched and I really, not that I didn't enjoy, I despised, was Another Life. And I watched only the first season, and I know the second
And
season
that's
is
like
out.
3 or 4 years ago.
Now they released the second season, and I'm not I'm not even clicking on it just to watch it.
I get it. Okay, but I
So
mean,
no, because honestly, there are not so many shows that I'm watching, and if I watch something, honestly, recently the recent shows that I watched were all the Marvel ones, the MCU
right.
shows.
So I mean, you've been okay with all the Marvel,
Yes, yes,
all the Star Wars,
and
all the
even
Star Trek.
yes, pretty much. Star Trek. No, I'm getting more and more disappointed with Discovery. Extremely disappointed. And when I was listening to Salty yesterday on his stream, and basically on both streams, where he said that it's still a crappy show, but they are getting better. No, they are not. They are not getting any better. That's the problem. I'm constantly disappointed with Discovery, but actually, what I'm looking forward to is Picard season 2. And in terms of movies that I watched lately was uh, like Dune and the new Matrix movies, and both of them I found like Dune. I almost fell asleep the first half hour of the movie, but then I got invested in that one and I liked it. At the end, I really enjoyed it. I was fully there with the movie, and it sucked how it ended because literally it ended like in the middle of something, and now we have to wait for the second movie to be made just to finish the storyline, or second and third movie until they finish the storyline, depending how much they want to skip from the actual story. And Matrix 4 was another movie that I watched, and with that one, I compared it to pineapple pizza.
And you like or dislike pineapple pizza?
Yes.
Oh, Lord.
Depending.
Go ahead. Go ahead, Joseph.
Depending on what's around the pineapple as well. That's the thing.
Just
I was
pineapple. Just
it was
pineapple.
in that case in that no, that's too much. It's in that case I don't need the pizza.
And have a
Just
good
give me the
day, Cap Stargate.
yeah. Take care, Gab. Uh, the the movie created. I was overhyped for that movie because of the trailers. And when I saw the movie, I was expecting the chills, the hype coming as well. I was expecting the same experience as I had with the first one, and that was a letdown for me. That part. Otherwise, it wasn't a complete garbage. The movie, definitely not. But I was expecting something else. And some people hate the fact that basically Neo and Trinity are basically interdependent. But that's basically just an expansion on a story that we had from the first three movies. And now they basically made them to one one unit or one force. in this fourth movie, and I didn't expect it. But I cannot say I didn't like the idea. As I said, it's like, yep, it's like pineapple pizza.
Oh,
It
Lord,
wasn't the
God.
worst movie. It was. I was expecting something. Based on the trailers, I was expecting something else than I actually got, but it wasn't. It wasn't the worst thing ever. Because some people, especially in our community, one person who is really a big fan of the trilogy, I know hates the movie, but I cannot say that I'm hating on the movie. And John Grammaticus, not the pineapple debate again. No, not to worry, not to worry. I'm not going back there. And then B says 007 are different than James Bond. Bond is a person. 007 is just an MI6 designation, like Captain Track said. Just designation. They any company can change. Yeah, the only thing can be there is that it is basically based on the books and based on the intellectual property of Ian Fleming. 007 equals James Bond, and that's probably how it is even kept um, in the rights, whoever is owner of the copyrights and everything. So that's why. Um, and NB says Silence Sea is a good South Korean sci-fi show. You know, for example, I still didn't watch Squid Game, and everybody's praising it, and I think I should watch it. I didn't have.
Yeah, you should.
I didn't have the
Even
right.
I watched it.
But I didn't. The only thing is, I'm not a big fan of the of dystopian fiction,
Nothing
and
dystopian about it. It's a wonderful game. The guy wins bajillions of dollars.
bajillions of
You
dollars.
want to play it,
Um, and
George?
I
If I could fairly play, I'd play.
I wasn't in the right mindset to watch it. I didn't feel like watching it, and honestly, right now, it is the only way how I'm watching recently everything like shows or movies or even the Twilight Zone that you are streaming on Sunday. It's literally I'm meeting up with my neighbor. We go to his man cave that he built in a garage. We have there a small how do you how do you call it? I don't want to call it furnace, but what is
Wood
it called?
stove.
Like a wood stove
Mm-hmm.
that we just bought this year a small wood stove because he moved in April. So and we just put like an old sofa in the garage, a wood stove, and
Are you
uh,
moving in with the guy, Joseph?
no. The neighbor moved with his family over, and he has a man cave in a garage, old garage that was there in
He
the yard.
helped.
But it's just you and him there.
And it's usually the two of us. Sometimes his brother comes
Okay, Joseph.
over.
Oh, wow.
Uh,
Okay, Joseph,
uh,
I'm going to bring out a doll. I want you to point on the doll where the guy and his brother touched you.
Oh, Lord.
if the doll has hands, I can point at the hands because this is what we touch. It's
Oh,
hands, like
Oh
handshakes,
boy. Okay. I'll bring out the
handshakes and fist
Spock
bumps.
doll.
That's it. So don't bring a dolphin doll or something. Um,
we're not talking Matthews. So no dolphin dolls.
so and we have we have a notebook and a projector there. So we are basically watching everything on a projector. Literally, there is an old sofa that next year we'll probably no this year we will have to probably, because it's already the new year, we have to take it out and toss it away because it's falling apart and get something new there, something old but still viable there. And yeah, it's like we meet there, we turn on the projector and we watch uh, either a show or a movie. And he is as well Star Trek fan. He's not as like he knows all the shows. He watched everything. He's I definitely win in all trivia questions over him because yeah, he doesn't watch it as he doesn't have it as a religion as I do.
Right.
But you know, it's usually the like new Star Trek is released on Thursdays, and we are watching it together usually on Saturdays. Like either Friday or Saturday we watch it together. So usually your review is earlier out than I watch the actual episode. So this is how I watched all the latest Discovery. This is how I watched. Uh, I only during now, when was it? On the 30th of December, I finished Loki. I didn't watch Loki until then, like the show, because I didn't have the time for it and I wasn't in the right mood to watch everything. So it's literally like watching it with somebody is like there you find the time. There I can find the time to watch a show. So it's literally like between 10 and midnight. We meet up, we watch something, then we go home. Then I go home and he goes, yeah, okay. It's literally the yard next to us. It's like going over to my neighbor. That's it. So we are watching as well, like the he has like two small kids, and he needs to help his wife to bring them to bed. So usually what we do, I start watching the Twilight Zone, and he comes over usually in the middle of the second episode. So so then we rewind and go and watch the first episode before you remove it from from the screening room. Because during while you are streaming, I cannot rewind, but after you finish, after the video is over, I can rewind and go back.
I see.
before
Have to
before you before you
make
delete it
some
from
changes.
from the screening room. And usually you don't do it immediately. You did it recently, like maybe 2 months ago. Like it was gone at one point. We were in the middle of watching one of the episodes.
I didn't know. I'm sorry. That was the,
No problem, Bird. If I you know what I did? I went on the high season. I downloaded the second season, the
yeah,
missing episode. So no worries.
yeah. It generally sits there for a few hours before I delete it.
hmm Which is more than enough for us to go back and watch it again. For me, it's again. For him, it is premiere, at least for the first episode. Yeah, and it's good to have somebody I can watch it with, like in person. Because Erica is watching girly stuff that I'm not interested in. Yeah. Either what we are watching together definitely are like action movies that she likes, but she's definitely not a sci-fi fan or this mystery stuff or fantasy. So like I asked her once, would you like to when we started dating, uh, let's watch Lord of the Rings. And I put on Lord of the Rings. I can tell you um what's the strongest sleeping pill or something.
Mm.
Mm.
It wouldn't work that fast on her like Lord of the Rings. She was asleep within 10 minutes.
Mm.
Like she was knocked out within 10 minutes. Like she was bored. And I was like, okay, okay. You are smart and pretty. That's enough. You don't need to watch fantasy with me. I accepted that. And then B says he loves June, Matrix 4. He's in the minority since he liked it. You know what? I did. I didn't hate it, and it's like. And Resolute asks, anyone watched Book of Boba Fett episode 2? Not yet. Is it already out? I don't know when they are premiering it.
Yeah, I think they
But
come out Wednesday mornings.
okay, so definitely so since it's Wednesday afternoon for me. No, I didn't watch it yet, but and once again I will leave it probably for the evening with my neighbor because we watched together the first episode and actually yeah fine. It was interesting once again. I'm like I like Star Wars. I'm not saying I'm the greatest fan and that I would be absolutely crazy about it. I liked it. So once again, I watched it, and it was basically like the Mandalorian, nice addition to the lore of nice expansion of the world, and I liked the first episode. So it was fine. I'm not saying it was the best thing that I ever watched on a screen, but it was entertaining, and I think as long as the TV show is entertaining, yeah, why not? I can watch it, and definitely everything everything that follows Discovery is can be only better. I'm literally so disappointed with the show that yeah. Because even when they bring something like in the latest episode that we had on Discovery with Zora becoming a sentient AI, yeah, it's actually a great sci-fi concept. This is something that completely belongs to Star Trek, and it's not the first time we had something like this on Star Trek. We had in the episode Emergence on TNG, we had
Hmm.
a similar concept that was there,
So,
but
what was the concept exactly?
where now on Discovery or
Yeah,
TNG?
Discovery.
On Discovery, that basically based on the because of the sphere data that they acquired in the second season, the computer is becoming slowly and slowly basically self-conscious, and we had self-conscious AI data, yeah,
Hmm.
and it's becoming and discovers emotions, which is as well something that we had as well in data and his emotional chip, yeah, that we
Yeah.
had everything. So it's a different take on the same on something that we already had.
Well, I mean, they've also had it, in TNG, where the
Yeah, Emergence,
ship.
that was the
Yeah,
episode
emergence.
where
Yes.
basically it was an external force that became sentient, and it manifested through the holodeck and the train and everything on that episode. Great concept, but they killed it with the characters that were like Bertie. I think you mentioned it in your review as well. Why was there in the meeting room with Gray and Adira? Why were they there? Speaking in the name of Zora, how Zora is now evolving. It clearly shows how they basically don't know what to do with the characters. They just have them there because they wanted to introduce new characters but they don't know what to do with them. Yeah. Bert had in his review mentioned one thing that I was screaming basically at the same time on the screen when I watched the episode. Like the guy in the glasses, Kovic is his name, said that he was not only evaluating Zora as an AI, but he was evaluating as well Stamets as somebody who was there opposing having an artificial intelligence, emotional artificial intelligence, basically steering the ship or being the main ship's computer. And he said that I would remove you from if you didn't agree with Zora being the staying on Discovery, I would remove you. I would reassign you to a different starship. And Bert, you said in your review that he's the only guy, he's the only member of the crew who cannot be reassigned to a different ship. And it was exactly my first words that I uttered out of my mouth when he said it. You can reassign anybody else from the ship, but not Stamets, because he's the only one who can operate the spore drive.
Yeah. Him and Laura was trying to say last night on Anti-Tracker's channel that other people can do it now too. I said, no, the only other person that can do it is Book, and he's not in Starfleet.
He's not in Starfleet, and basically he is
and let's face
he is
it,
a
right
loose
now,
cannon.
He's not doing anything anymore. Certainly not at the end of this episode.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
And after this episode and after what's happening right now, I'm not sure. I'm not sure if he will be even allowed around
in the
Discovery.
real world. He would never be allowed back on another Federation starship.
Yeah, exactly.
He might get he might not get arrested, but he's never going to be allowed on another Federation starship.
Yeah.
If this was the real world.
Exactly. No, but what and I immediately and I tweeted about this episode, basically that they are, instead of doing an inclusion, they are excluding characters.
Mm-hmm.
The alphabet characters are basically one group of the crew, and and then there is the rest. Yeah. Hello, this is not inclusion. This is not the real world situation. Yeah. They don't know what to do with character. They introduced the character of Gray, and they got rid of Gray because they didn't know what to do with his character. He was just there, doing absolutely nothing. Yeah,
that's the bad part.
It was the dumbest love story since Twilight.
It turns to me
no. This makes Twilight look fucking brilliant.
Gray flat up used Adira to get what he wanted, a body, and now he's gone.
Yeah, pretty much.
Bye.
Yeah, pretty much because no, it is, and how bad the writing is. It was exactly like we had in the last season. Michael Burnham saying to Georgiou, "I will stay here with you in the sick bay until we find out what's wrong with you." And the next sentence is, "I'm gone. I'm and I will be back." Yeah. And with this love story, It was the eternal love story. It was Romeo and Juliet on overdrive and everything. Yeah, we will stay together forever. Yeah, until Gray gets a body and leaves the ship. Yeah, so much so to the love story. So they got rid of Gray because they didn't know what to do with his character, and since they decided they were probably deciding, do we keep Adira or do we keep Tilly? Basically, they had two redundant characters. What they did, they got rid of Tilly. Yeah, because they didn't know how to write her character because she is the worst written character in Star Trek Discovery. People say how great of an arc she had. They were talking about her arc, but we didn't see a single arc for her. She was a special case in season 1 because she was the autistic character. Yeah, in season 2, they didn't know what to do with her, so they made her a comic relief in season a comic relief, and then they put some mushroom in her head that created a ghost. Yeah. In season 3, she became the prodigy. She became immediately like from basically a cadet. She became the first officer of the ship, which is what the heck are they doing? Yeah. And then they introduced Adira as a character. And in that moment, basically, they had two characters fighting for the same arc, for the same story arc. And now in season 4, they got rid of her because they didn't know what to do with her. So sorry, they were saying how great of an arc she had. No, she didn't have any. She was the worst written character. Worst written, worst treated character on the show. Another thing that happened, they made the last episode. We see that we have a very and the discussion about having a straight white male character on the show. Forget about that. Look at male characters completely moved to the background.
Mhm.
And in the last episode, what we had was basically they were discussing about two ideas how to approach the creators of the anomaly. Either we destroy the anomaly, where we have a 100% working plan in place, but that can destroy the creator, or we go on a diplomatic mission for the creator. Yeah, and there was the second solution, and we will try to discuss with the creator of the anomaly what we can do about it. And what they did in this episode, they mistreated all the female characters simply by having them arguing for 10 minutes on screen about different solutions, and then a male character came and within 30 seconds introduced a solution how to do it. We just bomb it, destroy it, anomaly gone. Yeah, and they literally have so many female characters and destroyed every single one of them in the process of the dialogue. So they cannot even write consistently what they want to write. I was looking at the screen and I couldn't understand how they can mistreat every single character on screen they have there. I was just surprised. Then they showed how unnecessary certain characters are by getting rid of them. Yeah. And
Yeah.
they are not including the alphabet community. They are excluding the alphabet community on that show. So every single virtue signaling that they are trying to do, they are messing up. It's
I'm gonna.
unbelievable.
Yeah. need to get somebody on here who I'll have to get Eric Sandra on here sometime. But anyhow, I can't think of the couple. Who are they? The gay couple on Discovery.
Stamets and Colbert.
Okay. I don't really see them as acting that much different than each other, other than the position they have in the ship and where they serve. I don't really see the huge difference in their character. I mean, I'm not a huge Discovery fan, so
Stamets is kind of a know-it-all, whereas Colbert is kind of a know-nothing.
And here I say you have certain bias against Wilson Cruz, the actor.
He is the biggest loser on the show. I don't know.
I know.
That's a bias.
I know. I know. You have a bias against him, but actually, I like the story arc the two characters have. The problem is at least with Stamets and Colbert, they are making them interact with others. But with Adira and Gray, they didn't do that at all. Basically, 99% of all scene with them were between Stamets, Colbert, Adira, and Gray. We had literally 5 minutes in the last episode where they were there with Kovic, yeah. But again, who was there in the room with them? Stamets and Colbert, right? And this is the problem. How where I say everything that that they were trying to do, like, and I completely understand because of the progressive thoughts that they have in for the show. Let's normalize something that we have in the society, yeah. But they are not doing it the right way. That's my problem with it. Because it's not like uh, in a real world, the people would interact only amongst their small group. You are interacting with the whole world, and this is my problem. That they are not doing it right. I don't understand it, and that's why I consider the show a big letdown.
It'd be good if they could. You know, let me ask this. First of all, would you be watching it if it weren't Star Trek? If the name Star Trek weren't associated with it?
Most probably not. Most probably not. Because it's the same level of writing as Another Life. Incompetent characters interacting between each other. Yeah, that's no. I wouldn't watch it. I wouldn't watch it if it didn't have the label Star Trek. I'm more than certain about it.
Yeah, I don't have an issue with the show itself. I mean, yeah, I do think the writing is bad. Yes, I do think the characters are bad. But if it weren't called Star Trek, I probably wouldn't even give two shits about it.
Yeah, same.
I mean, there are a lot of shows I've heard about. It's oh, okay, whatever.
And you know what? The problem is that the basis of the storyline is not bad, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, it's basically the fourth season of a galaxy-threatening disaster
Another.
that we are solving. You know, uh, but still, the concept of an anomaly is not it's not original, but it's not completely bad. The concept of an sentient AI is not new.
Mm-hmm.
We had it in 2001 Space Odyssey, HAL
Mm-hmm.
9000. Yeah,
Oh yeah.
yeah. So it's not completely new, but it's not bad. Um,
It's
it's
also
the
not good.
it's the execution, because I love I know that many people have problems with the visuals, for example. I don't mind it. I like the modern look of the show. There are discussions about the uniforms. I don't give a crap about the uniforms, you know as they are reimagination of the typical Star Trek color palette. I don't mind if the color is symmetrical or asymmetrical, or if the cutout of the lower part of the uniform is in one line, or it is. I don't care. You
My
know.
thing was, it's like it looks like it was designed by a 13-year-old um, who didn't quite know how to cut lines right.
um,
And it's like it would be fine if we were talking a teen fashion show where, um, you know,
I know you're asking about the practicality of this type of design, and a uniform should be practical. Yeah,
well,
I'm
like,
not saying.
okay, I know you probably didn't see the show, but I mean, back in the day, they had um, on the Cosby Show. Um, there's one kind of shirt that the son wanted. I don't remember what kind it was. I think it was supposed to be. It
Oh,
was at the
Theo,
Theo.
Theo wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So Denise said she could design this shirt for him. Of course, it was crazy ass design. You know, he had it tucked into his socks. I mean, it was all wacky. Of course,
Oh, I remember. I remember. I know. I know. Yes. Yeah, and I know where you want where you're going with it. Yeah, I understand.
but I mean, that's exactly the type of the, I mean, maybe not tucked into the socks, but that's exactly the
It's
type of look that the uniform has, rather than a um, any of the others that have come before, which have been very sleek, very
Yeah,
customized, very fitting. These are not.
yeah. It's like okay. Obviously, you are running into problems when you are creating a show that is 930 years in the future, uh, to an already to already a different future that we were following. You know, so they are just trying crazy designs, obviously. But sometimes it's like, okay, is it haute couture, or are we so literally like fashion for a catwalk, or are we talking about something practical? Yeah. Um, but honestly, if the uniforms were the biggest problem of the show, I would
Oh, if
probably
that was it, yeah.
I wouldn't mind it.
Yeah, I can nitpick everything. Hell, I nitpick the original series for
Yeah, of
everything.
course.
Everything. It's like, oh my god, can you believe they did that back then? Oh, look at that. That's just, yeah.
And especially TOS is a victim of its time in terms of certain writing, certain things that are even said on the show that might have been progressive, but today it's cringeworthy. It's like the pacing of the show sometimes is is horrible, uh, camera angles and whatsoever, but still there's a compelling storyline.
Well, another thing, when you're considering, you know, uh, what was available to do back then versus now, um, how you couldn't have these, you know, 8 camera shots that they're
Yes.
doing now, and it's just, it's possible to be a little more forgiving when you got 3 cameras versus 8, but or more. Uh, it's just like, mm, I I want to be drawn into the story, not
You don't want to watch a story, you want to be part of the story. You don't want to,
exactly,
you don't want to think
exactly.
I want to, I want to be immersed in that story, and this is something that they are not managing well. They are not managing it at all, with me at least. Being immersed in that story, which is, for example, when I said earlier that Dune, I was bored to death the first 30 minutes. Yes, but slowly but surely, I was drawn into it, and then I realized I was enjoying it until I realized it's over. Where it was a letdown for me to be over so early in the movie, in the story. But I realized, okay, I was watching a 2.5 hour movie, you know, and this is where this is discovery is lacking it. This moment where you can be drawn into the story, where you get invested in the characters. And I can say there are certain characters that I like, yeah, and I cannot
Mhm.
help myself. I said it multiple times that Jet Reno is one of my favorite favorite characters on the show. We had her in one episode in the whole season right now for a few minutes, and I'm sorry. One character that I like, and they are not even giving that to me. Yeah, no, and it's literally I'm bashing the show for letting me down with every single episode on how they are treating the characters, because I think they are not treating the characters to their full potential. They are giving them dialogues that don't work, because when you think about it, there is nothing civil about it's not civil, how to nothing natural to
Mhm.
what they are saying. It's all everything, every single sentence they are saying. When you just go back and watch the episodes, everything sounds profound. Everything, everything sounds like it has to have a meaning, like in a uh, in a speech. You know, it's like constantly watching a lecture, because everything none of the dialogues sound like a dialogue from a real life.
Right.
And and yesterday I was watching on Deep Space Nine, the episode For the Cause, where Cassidy gets uh, basically arrested for being the member of for helping out the Maquis.
Right.
Yeah, there are the same type of dialogue that you have between Michael Burnham and Book. You have between Cassidy and Cisco. The same type of dialogue, and an intimate dialogue between two people in love, solving a critical situation. And when you compare the dialogue that is between Cassidy and Benjamin, It is it is a normal dialogue between two people where they know that she effed up and he has a problem that he has to basically send her to jail, despite it is the person he cares probably the most about next to his son.
Yeah.
And the dialogue is normal. And you go to a very similar situation where you have Michael Burnham and the book having a dialogue about the anomaly that killed Book's family, and Michael Burnham having the duty to Discovery as a captain. And so it's a very similar situation, like the stakes are pretty much the same. And you listen to the dialogue and you feel like, okay, this is not even like a theater drama in a Shakespearean style. It is literally like a case of example dialogue for a psychology course. When you are a student of psychology and you are observing
Mhm.
a case scenario that is played out in front of them, you know it's like forced dialogue. And this comes with every single scene that comes on screen. Just when you look, everybody's saying how Saru is a fantastic character on the show. Listen to every single of his dialogue, or his monologues that he has on the show. Every single sentence that he says sounds like they want to make it quotable, but it becomes ridiculously it's like overplayed. And it's not about the actor, because he is fantastic, but everything that he says sounds like it must have life-changing meaning. And this is something that I find ridiculous in the way how the show is written.
I'm sorry, but no officer on any ship was like, oh, we're gonna make quotes every week because
Not every single line of dialogue must have the depth of the needs of the many, you know because when you are trying to write dialogue like this, it will never have an impact because it doesn't sound natural. I'm not if I'm making sense in what I'm saying,
oh,
what I'm
you are.
trying to say,
Well,
but
the thing is, when the original line came up, it was just needs of the many outweigh the needs of the few. Okay, just okay. Yeah, that makes sense. And then they
but
came back to it,
yeah,
and they made
but in
more of
in a
it.
normal
Yeah.
life, you are not speaking uh, in profound quotes.
No.
Yeah. Nobody's typing in the chat, so either we bored everybody to death, or everybody's listening with bated breath. That's what I'm saying.
They just want to lurk, which is fine.
Yeah, which is fine. Which is fine. What time is it actually? Wow!
Yeah.
Wow! I'm just checking the time, and it's wow.
Yeah, we've gone almost 5 hours.
This is crazy, because I need to feed my dogs in a few
Yes, you do.
minutes. So
Wow. Well, thank you, Joseph.
thank you, Captain. It
Change
was
the.
once again an entertaining show. Yesterday it was a short stream, because before I managed to come on, it was already over. But yeah, not every day you can make a 4-hour show. which is
God, no,
which is
that would be
which
insane.
is completely fine, and it doesn't need to be forced.
No, that would be, that would get old. But
That would get old. But I had fun. I'm not sure if others had fun. I think I've been lurking, jumping through hoops at work, and haven't had chance to say much. That's fine. I hope you got entertained.
Yes, I know I have other lurkers as well, because they don't think I know they're there.
And yeah, 54.5 Axis Radio. Feed the dogs, Joseph. Yes, I'm going to feed the dogs in few minutes. Because it's like they were already here lurking as well. They come up the stairs and they look into my office here like it's time,
It's
and I
time.
know it's time.
We know time.
You know
But,
what? They know.
yeah.
They really know. They really know. 15 with 15 minutes margin of error, they know what time it is. Literally 15 minutes margin. So I will go, Captain. I assume you are going to wrap up the show as well.
Yes, I am.
So Bert, are you what's the date? It is Wednesday, right? So it should be Deep Space Nine stream.
It should be.
And I'm not sure if Bert is listening or not, but I assume that 4 p.m. or
I'm
around
here.
that
Sorry.
time.
Yeah, 4 p.m. DS9 Wednesday.
Perfect. So I will be there. And Captain Trek, thank you very much for having me. And everybody in the chat, have a great rest of the day, and see you around YouTube.
Absolutely. Thank you. I do want to thank everybody who's been on the panel, including Yosef, the Random Menace, and
Bird.
Bird of Prey 5, or should I say Sleep of Prey 5. And everybody who's been in the chat, thank you so much. You have a great day, and see you soon.